What's up, everybody? Welcome in. How's it going, Oshik? Enrico, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. What's going on? How's everybody been doing? We'll get started here in just a moment. Get everything positioned. Good, how about you? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. Just about to work on some lured in. A little bit tired, but nothing new. Or Shelly. Alright. So, yeah, today I want to draw some fish for the jungle. We've got a little list going. People have left some neat suggestions and stuff, so yeah. I think it'll be cool. We do have to think about like what we're gonna do for the pots. because that's kind of something that I haven't figured out yet. I've got a good list of like regular fish to catch, but yeah, we don't have like a whole lot of fish for the crab pots, so we need to go over that. Yo, Zofencer, welcome in. Thank you for the spin. Anyways, let's go into streaming view. So, one fish that we'll have for sure is the bristlenose, right? And that'll be good because he makes more sense in the jungle, so he's going to get a big price boost. But yeah, we definitely need more fish in here, so let's go look at the feedback channel. There's a bunch of things in here. Yeah, something like that I would like to. Or was it all? It might have been in general. Yeah, so Simplink suggested freshwater pufferfish. Haven't heard of those guys before. Freshwater pufferfish. Interesting. These guys. Okay. They're little tiny guys. I wouldn't be opposed. This guy's game's crashing. Yeah, I read all that. I honestly don't know how. It's like, it's odd. And yeah, there wasn't really anything logged, so I don't really know. It's very strange. Yeah, I'm not really sure. An archer fish? Let's see what these guys are. Interesting. They're a little tiny guy. Could do that. Oh yeah. Is it called an arrowfish? Oh, that's just another archer fish. Oh, that's just okay. Oh, I didn't respond back to that. I need to. Will there ever be an extremely rare fish? There is already one that's pretty rare. It's the pupfish that you find in the pond. It's got like a 1 in 300 chance or something like that. So yeah, there's definitely rare fish to be found. Okay, so these are a bunch of different fish here. The Amazon leaf fish. Interesting. Oops. No, don't want to buy one. Yeah, he looks like a leaf. Okay. Cardinal tetra. Those guys are very tiny. Yeah, the angelfish. The discus. Interesting. It's just like a flat guy. Magnificent headstander. What is that? Okay. Yeah, these are like aquarium fish. I do want a little bit of a mix between those guys and non-aquarium fish. Elephant nose fish. He's a funny guy. He has a little nose. I might add him just because he's wacky. A dojo loach. Pretty interesting. It's long. Peacock. Gudgeon. Okay. We got the rainbow fish. Yo, Ryan, thank you so much for the spin. How about a stingray? Yeah, I don't know where stingrays live. I have to look that up. They might be in the Amazon. Diantree rainbow fish. Okay, that's kind of a similar vibe. And then a zebra pleco. There's a lot of different plecos. I could see doing a zebra one. It'd be kind of neat. Okay. Because he'd be a good, like, fish to catch in the pot. Let's see, a vampire fish. What is this? A Candiru. Oh yeah, I might have seen these guys before. Presume this is the guy. Pretty interesting. They're very tiny. Fan is turned off today? No, I got it on. Jungle seems pretty good. Thank you, yeah. I think it'll be nice. Oh, yeah, here's a couple other species and stuff. These are all types of bass. There's a lot of different species of bass. I would like to add in the peacock bass because I want to add in like a Florida zone. I know those guys are common in Florida. That guy's funny. Yeah, there's a lot of fish we could do. Mud skippers, gouramis, knife fish. Puriba, red-tailed catfish. And arowana, that's another one that I've like heard. Is that just kind of similar to the other guy? Bony fish. These guys kind of remind me of like betta fish a little bit, just their head shape and stuff. Yeah, something like that could work. I would not be opposed. Okay, so let's write some of these down. So yeah, move the bristle nose there, and then also do a zebra pleco. And what's like the most interesting guy I'd like to add in? I'd like to do like 5 or 6 regular fish and then a couple more pot fish too. So piranha, rapaima, electric eels, dorado fish. I want to throw in a couple fish that are pretty rare, so I don't want to bother you with it, but if you thought of something about the Ainder, yeah, just have something to go off and think about. Yeah, I've been, to be 100% honest, I've been so busy with stuff. I need to go and look back at all that stuff and give you a real response. I have been talking about the mod though. I was talking with Max, which some of you might know. And he might be interested in helping, possibly. I'll DM you about it and stuff, and also like actually talk about ideas I have for the Ainder. I do apologize on the wait for that. No. Max's Hawaiian shirt experience on Discord. Yeah. But yeah, he's big into Minecraft modding stuff. So he talked about like modeling some bosses and stuff. But yeah, I'll let you know what's going on with that for sure. I will... Here, I'm gonna write a big important note. Reply to Zafencer about Ainder. Yeah, I'll do that tonight. I should have time. Yeah, I apologize. Just every single night it's like, oh, fix more translation weblate problems, but I think it's finally stable, so I'll actually go do that. Piranhas are a solid choice. Yeah, I think they'd be good. Okay, let's do like one more fish then. We can do like a more rare guy. I don't know if these guys are rare or not. Oh yeah, and then also a stingray. Where are these guys found? Because I think these might be... I mean, there's a lot of different kinds of stingrays. That's one of the things. Jungle stingray. Because there might be... Whoa. Is he called the giant freshwater stingray? Where do they live? Larger rivers and estuaries in Asia and Borneo. So that's a thing in Asia. or a stingray. Let me find out if there's one that lives in the Amazon rainforest. Just freshwater stingrays. The long-tailed river stingray. This guy. So yeah, what's their... Are they threatened? Data deficient. Interesting. Yeah, has been bred in captivity. We could add this guy in. These guys are so cool. My favorite fish. Yeah. Yeah, stingrays are neat. It'd be fun to have like a more interesting fish, for sure. And these guys could probably be caught in the crab pot. It's a very long name, so I probably want to shorten it a little bit, but we could do like, I guess the long-tailed stingray. Something like that. That'd probably be okay. And then he'll go down in here. I'd like to have maybe like at least 3 pot fish. We can keep thinking of ideas. Maybe there's another. If anyone has ideas for like the pot fish here, let me know. Basically, the pot fish, sort of the rules for what those can be is like they either crawl around on the ground or swim at the bottom like a stingray, but I don't ever want like a fish like this that swims around being caught in the crab pot because it just doesn't really make sense. Any kind of bottom dweller, right? So that's why the plecos make sense there. Yeah, so they're like parasitic. We could add this guy. I don't know how common they are. But yeah. Let's see, what is this crab? Carcinidae crab. Land crabs. I don't know if land crabs live in the water. Let's take a look. Land crabs possess a series of gills. So they basically have lungs and gills, which is very interesting. Electric eel, maybe? Yeah, we got that written down on the dock there, so for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of different land crabs. Land crab. Let's see, there's a land crab. Giant blue crab. This guy? Yeah, the Americas from Brazil. There he is. The blue land crab. We could add him in. Yeah, we could call it the blue land crab. Even though it's called a land crab, they have gills, so it's fine. Sopranos camping pots. Yeah, I don't think it would make sense for them to be in there. Armored catfish. Let's take a look at that guy. Oh, yeah. That's just a pleco, basically, right? So yeah, those guys I think are fine in the crab pot. Whoa. Is that real? These guys are pretty big. I might save these guys for Florida. It seems like they're more of a Florida thing from what I just read in here. Yeah, they're probably all over the place, but tropical, South America, Costa Rica. I think they might be invasive in Florida, actually. I've heard about these before, I think in Florida. I guess they are pretty common in Brazil. There's a lot of plecos in Brazil, isn't there? Just gotta know that. That's true. That's true. Getting chat suggestions for potfish? Yeah, if anyone has ideas, feel free to throw them in. It's gonna be for the jungle zone, kind of based around like Brazil, Amazon rainforest. Yeah. Mud skipper. Yeah, I wonder where those guys live. Behavior, adaptations, where's their like habitat? Do they not talk about their habitat at all? That's one in India. Seems like most of these, Africa, India, seems like kind of over in the Asia region. So I don't know if that's actually true or not, but just from the images there. Yeah, there is a lot of species in the Amazon. Yeah, I've been playing aeronautics. It's pretty epic. I'll have to show you guys some stuff I've made. We can open it up in the background. It's insane. I didn't ever think it was going to come out, to be honest. Is this the armored guy? Oh, this is just their, like, general classification. Yes, I guess these guys can be in... Yeah. Brazil, also Florida. Land crabs. Okay, so what do we got here? So... Yeah, I'm gonna move the bristlenose there. We could do the zebra, pleco. The stingray, the crab. That's probably good for the potfish. I think. I would like to do a mud skipper eventually. I'll just put him down in here. Try some rice fish. Let me look up what that is. Rice fish. Oh yeah, these are tiny little guys. They just live in rice fields. Makes sense. Hence the name. We could add those guys. Eventually we'll be doing like places in Asia, like India and China and stuff, so it makes sense there. You coder, and if so, what programs do you generally code for? Yeah, I do all the programming. I'm using Godot. The language is GD script for LearnIn, so yeah, it's been a nice language. I've enjoyed it. Very similar to Python. But yeah, it's a solid engine. A lot of people use Unity and Unreal and stuff. Those are really the two other main ones. But yeah, there's a million different languages you could make games in. Yeah, an armored catfish could be like a catfish with armor, as it says, Sprite. Maybe. I think all the fish that I add to the game I want to be like real. So I'm not gonna like... I mean, well, not every single fish, like the catfish is one exception, but... Mata. Yeah, I've been thinking about turtles, actually. Oh, yeah, this guy. South American freshwater turtle. He's a pretty gnarly looking guy. Yeah, I've seen those guys around. That would actually be a nice one to add. Yeah, what's their name? It's like a... They have a common name, I thought. Maybe not. Yeah, we could totally add this guy in. I think it'd be neat to have turtles. I might just make them crawl around on the ground to start. I do want to add in some more like modes of swimming, so we will do that eventually. I mean, but they do swim around. So I might make these guys just swim. I don't know. It's probably a mix between crawling and swimming, I imagine. Yeah, we could totally add that guy in. That'd be a nice, like, rare one. And yeah, we could probably do an armored catfish. I think I might save the armored catfish for possibly Florida. Oh, why did this turn into like a weird non-real list? Okay. Just gonna put that down in there and I'll know. Florida? And if it doesn't make sense in Florida, I'll do some research, then I'll put it in the Amazon. I've been having difficulties with physics interactions between character body 3Ds and rigid body 3Ds. Interesting. Yeah, typically what I do is I just ignore any physics collisions on the player for that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's hard to say. You don't think turtles would fall for the bait? Yeah, we'd probably make him catchable in the crab pot, I imagine. I don't know if it would make much sense to use a fishing rod. I don't think you typically catch turtles that way. I don't know. Never been somewhere like that where I even could catch a turtle, though. Yeah, what's like your issue with those, oh shoot, with the 3D stuff? Are you trying to get like a object to collide with the player then? Yeah, as a fencer, if you have any ideas for joke fish, you're totally welcome to throw them out. I think it's fun to sprinkle in a couple wacky guys like that aren't real, so. Especially now that we got the new region, it'd be cool. It'd be nice to have like one like crazy wacky fish per region, you know? It's like not a real fish. Yeah, let's do one more regular fish and then I think it's time. I could do like a more aquarium type of fish. I do like the elephant nose fish. Peter's elephant nose fish. It's like one word, which is interesting. This is African though. I thought this was in the Amazon. Central Africa. Never mind. Well, I would like to add that guy. We'll keep him later for Africa. So, elephant, nose, fish, Africa. Where did I see him? I thought... Oh well. We could maybe do this guy. Where does he live? East Asia. So this is also another Asia fish. Okay. That's why I want to check on this stuff. So let me put this down. Pond Loach, Asia. Or Dojo Loach, whatever it's called. Alright, so we're not going to do that guy. We'll do Zebra Pleco. I guess we could do this guy. The parasite fish. He's a pretty classic guy. Then what's his name? Kandiru. Yeah, we could do that. Thinking of a caiman, but I guess that'd be too much. The smallest species in the world lives in the Amazon River. Oh yeah. Let me look that up. Caiman fish. Oh, they're not a fish, right? These guys, the little alligator guys. Alligator guard. Yeah, it would be neat to have like crocodiles and stuff. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's just as a more rare fish, you know? I mean, it's not a fish, but you know what I mean. I could totally do that, I think. No! Bro is cooked. That's a crazy photo. Imagine capturing a photo like that. That's wild. The caiman fish. It's not a fish. It's a crocodile. Yeah, we could throw that in. This guy's like 2 pixels, so you'll only take 2 seconds to add. First thing that comes to mind, maybe for some city region or something, is spy fish. Yeah, like a robot fish. That'd be pretty epic. Yeah. I can throw that down. You could do the big eye fish. Let me go look at that. Whoa, he does have a big eye. Yeah, do the big eye fish as a as the big boy fish. That's an interesting fish. Where does he live? The ocean? Marine rayfish, Atlantic Ocean. Okay. He's a type of... Yeah, he's like a snap. Oh, it's not a snapper. Okay. Rocky bottom ocean floors and coral reefs. Outer reef slopes. Yeah, that's pretty cool. We could add him another time. Big eye fish. It's an alligator, kind of. The caiman, yeah. I think we got a good list here, although if I'm gonna move the bristlenose, I want to create a replacement. Because I don't want to decrease the amount of fish we have per region, because that's kind of lame. So let's go into the regions table and remember where he lives. I think he's just in the river. Bristlenose. Okay, so he's in the lake. I want to find a different fish now for the pot inside of the lake. Lake bottom dwellers. What would be some good guys? If anyone has ideas, let me know. What's this? Oh, it's like this show. I remember seeing that. The Great Lake fishes. I would like to do like another crab kind of guy. I just don't know what would be at the bottom like that. Let's see. What am I thinking? Bottom of the lake. Lake crawling fish. I don't know. Walking fish. Let's see, what would you find in a lake? There's like freshwater crabs, you know. There's a lot of these guys. But there's not really... That's in Georgia? Oh, that Georgia. Not the state. Indonesia. There are interesting freshwater crabs, but they're all, I think, in more exotic areas. I imagine all the initial regions are kind of like in the US, like North America, maybe like Europe, but not, you know, tropical regions. Some sort of ink fish. Yeah, those are, I've seen those guys. Oops. Yeah, definitely could be neat to do one of those guys. Like these little guys. Where do they live? Probably in the ocean. Ocean cephalopods, yep. Out in the ocean. Yeah, it definitely could be neat. Isn't a specifically the cuttlefish, right? He's an inkfish. Yeah, this guy. I'd like to add that guy. Let me put it down. Yeah, I definitely want to do like a big tropical, like a coral reef zone. That'd be kind of cool. So there's a lot of guys we could throw in there. Okay. Then, yeah, what do we want to do for the lake? It's hard to come up with ideas. It can be sort of a more rare fish, which is fine. Lake, ow. What fish are found at the bottom of lakes? Not interested. One of the final zones, there should be like a white whale. Oh yeah. A white whale, huh? Is that like a real... Oh, beluga whale? These guys? Albino humpback whale, that's crazy. I do want to add in whales eventually, so... Yeah, these guys are funny. It's so funny, this image. It looks like these are his eyes, and he's like an evil, scary face. But his eyes are just over here, and he's just a goofy little guy. You know? It's always really funny. Yeah, beluga whales are kind of epic. Oh, you meant the blue whale? Yeah, I do want to do a blue whale. I mean, he would make sense in the ocean region, right? That's the thing. It's like, I don't know if I'm gonna add another ocean region. Like, I might do like a deep sea ocean area, and maybe that's where he would spawn. So I could see doing something like that. Yeah, it's hard to say if he'll be like the most expensive fish or not. Fish prices are kind of arbitrary a little bit, where it's just based off of the order in which you unlock the regions. So by the way, you still on the whole lava region, lava and fish tanks thing? I'm not 100% sure, because some people, there's valid points that people have made about stuff like that, right? Where it's like, if I add in super exotic regions like that, like a lava place or something, then it kind of makes all the regular fish feel a little, you know, unimportant, right? I think a lot of people have enjoyed the game for the fact that all the fish are like real. And I guess I worry a little bit about messing that up. I don't know. Yeah, it's really hard to say. I do think it'd be cool to have like wacky fantasy fish, but I don't want to make the normal fish just feel kind of useless. Yeah, I'm not really sure yet. And we talked about doing like a second aquarium or something you can travel to, and that's where you can do your exotic aquarium, your fantasy aquarium. So maybe something like that would be fine in the future. I'm not really sure. Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, it's one of those things. I really need to think about it. I don't know. If anyone has thoughts on that, let me know. Like, what do you guys think about non-real fish, like lava fish and stuff like that? I don't know what freaking fish to add to the lake. It's hard to come up with ideas. Tadpole makes sense in the pond. I mean, we could do something like wacky, right? Like a diving beetle or something. And like, I wouldn't be opposed to that. The diving beetle. Yeah, I just need to think of something. We could probably do a diving beetle. And this guy will be pretty small, so it's easy to draw. Let's go ahead and start drawing stuff. I think I'm gonna do just a big sort of canvas area so I can get the scale of all these fish proper. We'll just draw it all in here. A lot of fish could be interesting. Yeah, it could be cool, but it should be at the very end because the rest feel not so special. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's really hard to say. Yeah, I think if I do stuff like that, it'll probably be like a separate aquarium or something like that, you know? Otherwise, I think it's just too, just devalues everything too much, you know? I talked about this in the past, doing something kind of like, almost how the new content stuff is in a game like, Adventure Capitalist, where you like travel to a whole new area. Like you travel to the moon and Mars and that. So it'd be something along those lines of like, okay, you're in a whole new aquarium now. Because otherwise I worry it'll just be too, it'll just devalue everything, yeah. Okay, so how big do I want this guy to be? Let's open this up so I can, get a scale reference for the player. I kind of base everything around the player size, usually. So the diving beetle is going to be a pretty tiny guy. And I just want to do like a side view of him. Interesting, because he's not really a fish, he's an insect. Let me find a good image reference here. He's very interesting. He's got these two little like wing-looking things on him. Alright, so anyways, he's just a tiny little guy. Something like that. And then he's got these like, I'm looking at more reference images. These like little wing things on the sides of him. And he does have like a tan underbelly. His eye would be like right there. And then he does have antennae. One of those. And he's got these little legs and stuff that hang down. Let's see, how do they go? They kind of almost go like in front and behind. Something like that. And they actually do start to get a little like darker as you go down. It's pretty good, thank you, yeah. I think it'll work. Diving beetle. Okay, and then kind of is almost like his belly area. It's just like a stripe down the middle like that. Let's do our outlining stuff. I don't want to go too crazy with it because otherwise it'll all blend in. Okay. That'll work. I might make this go out instead of up. Sort of like that. Oh. Let me erase. Let me erase the top pixel. Something a little bit like that, probably. But then it doesn't really look like it's connected to his head. Well, it is on the other side of his body, though, right? So I think it'd be fine. Okay. This is probably good enough. I'll kind of like segment his body there. It's always really hard to draw things this small. Alright. This is a diving beetle, so it's not really technically a fish, but it is a sea creature. Get rid of that. Okay. Let's see, fishy old fishy, welcome in. I like fish. Let's go. Fish are pretty cool. Diving beetle. Okay. That's that guy done. Let's start like kind of moving things around. So I'm gonna remove this guy from here and instead put diving beetle. That's how it's spelled, right? Yeah. And we're gonna move the pleco now down into the jungle area. So for now, we're just gonna get rid of everything in here, like this. Now he's gonna be in there. So let's go add him over in there. You know, it's better than fish. Cheese time. Let's go. I've got a little obsessed with my chart and it has 4 more stars than the hardest song. Oh yeah, it's pretty insane. Ooh. Okay, so let's just add them up near the top. Now the ordering in here does matter. So we have minnow, goldfish, bluegill. And then this is the lake stuff, so we're no longer gonna have... Where's the pleco? Oh yeah, he's down at the bottom. Let's go down to him. Too much cheese time, too much cheese time. Stop, you're wasting points. You're deleting all of your points right now, stop. I have a limit because otherwise it's too insane. Oh my god. You guys really cheesed it up, didn't you? Made cheese fish in the game? Yeah. I should. Awesome. Now I can't see anything. There you go. Oh boy. Alright, so what's the description for this guy gonna be, I wonder? Let's see, weight and value. Let me define all that. So yeah, he'll be the same as like, not the crayfish. What's a fish that lives in the lake? Let's go look. Should be a little more expensive than the normal lake fish. So like, the catfish or something is like 3 for the passive income, around 2. So I could do like 3 for the passive income, weight of 1, and value could be something like probably comparable to the pike, like 500 or something. So let's do passive income of 3 and value of 500 and weight of 1. With 3, 500 and 1. That'll work. This would be a diving beetle. He will cheese you up. No. He will beat you up since it's a beetle. Yeah. It's always hard to come up with these descriptions sometimes. Beetle. Beating around the bush. But what does that even like mean in the context of a beetle? I don't know. So he can die. Let's learn about this guy. Habitus. Why does it say habitus? Oh, I guess there's multiple. Wait, that's not... No, that's not anything. Is that a structure? I think it is. Okay, that's in shape and morphology. Oh, it's over finally. Okay, habitat. The most diverse beetles. Too much cheese. You gotta wait for the cooldown. Stop. You're just throwing away all your points. There's like a... I don't remember how long the cooldown is. It's like 5 or 10 minutes, I think. Let's see. The presence of fish. Ain't exactly beautiful. Yeah. I don't want to hate on fish though, or organisms. So we could say, flip it on its head. How beautiful. A beautiful specimen. That could be fine. Sure. I don't know how people are going to translate it. I'll put it in an alternative in the description key, so maybe I'll actually change that to like a key instead. I need to redo the way I do the keys, you know, instead of just putting the description in raw. I want to change it so it's like key description crayfish, you know. So we'll probably do that. This will be fine for now, but I'm going to go back and change that probably. Okay, so he's in the game now. Let's draw our next fish. What do we want to draw first in here? Oh, and let's start like marking all these down. Did I already fix all these? I'm pretty sure, yeah. I'm pretty sure I fixed all that, yeah. Moved the bristle nose pleco to the jungle. Added the diving beetle to the lake. Sometimes you had to guess which fish had which meaning when translating. Yeah. More pleco, we're working on it, yeah. We'll do, we got the bristle nose in there. We're gonna do the zebra pleco. We could draw that guy really quick. Seems like those guys are generally just a little bit larger than the bristle noses, as far as I can tell. Maybe. They're endemic to Brazil. I guess they aren't that big. I guess they're around the same size. We'll see what we can do. Let's grab this guy and make him a zebra. So what's different about these guys? Their fins are like a little bit taller for sure. And they have like a different tail fin too. So I'm gonna increase the height on this just a little bit to like 12 pixels for now. And we're gonna modify. Right, so something more like that. It's just a little taller of a fin. And they don't have the bristles anymore. Oops, do like that. Oh, it's like weird. Let's do that. And we'll move the eye forward. Okay. Might shrink him horizontally just a tiny bit. Well, actually, I need more space for the front or the back fins. So let's just move his body forward and then do this now. So he's got like the bottom here. So I realized a mistake with the pleco I have to fix. He doesn't have the alpha borders. Okay. Something kind of like that, maybe. An L200 is a cool pleco? What is that? L200. I don't think this is a Pleco. L200 Pleco. Oh, okay. The Green Phantom Pleco. Interesting. Yeah. Rocky areas and then Colombia. Pretty neat. Okay, so this is good here, I think. Let's just fill all this in, and we'll go through and change the color. And this guy's a much like smaller mouth, I noticed too, which is interesting. Get rid of the little dots. All right, this guy might be a little tricky to draw. We'll see. Let's start with white. I love Pleco Pals. Yeah, this will be a tricky one to draw. They have a pretty crazy pattern, you know? So they got like a stripe down here. Because I want to make sure that this like top fin is like different from the other one. Yeah, this is gonna be really hard. And he's got stripes on his face. Pretty crazy. I'll try and anti-alias and stuff as much as I can. It's hard. I don't know if I'll do full black or not. I think it becomes a little bit hard to see anything. Like this is like, I have like a fin here, so let's do that. A slightly less dark black. So you're almost thinking like that. I mean, I can. I have to change everything then. Like that. I'll just keep going through, anti-aliasing and whatnot. A bit darker than now. Well, I'm gonna fit it in with the palette, so the best we can do is that. So we'll just stick with that. Let's see. Sky over here. Yeah, it's a pretty insane pattern. Guess I have to Hitler it in now. Why? Put that there. Fade that guy out a little bit. Yeah, I think this is pretty much good to go. Might add a little bit more thickness on the back here. And their front fin almost like goes, you know what, never mind. Let me undo that. And like this fin in the front, it's almost like I need to invert it, right? Where this like goes way up and then it goes down at a diagonal like that. That's kind of more how their fin is. Yeah, something along those lines, I think. tricky because they kind of go like back. And then down here, I think it's sort of like, it doesn't fully connect like this. It would go more like that. Sort of like that. I think that's more accurate. Okay, I think there's at a pretty decent spot here. That really shouldn't be white right there. If I keep messing with it, it'll probably just get more and more messy. Alright, so I'm gonna resize the canvas now. I want the width to be 27 and height to be 13. Like that. And then I'll keep the bottom open. Alright, let's save this guy as a zebra pleco. I'll have to go through and add all these. Send them to the fish chamber. Plecos can like retract their fins, so yeah. Well, yeah, they can like, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I had a pleco for a really long time, so. Description should be a joke about a zebra crossing or something, yeah. We can go start writing that. So, all right, let's figure out the values or how much these are going to cost, because the price for activating the crab pot here is very expensive in the jungle, so it needs to be worth it, right? So let's go into the items table, and I need to add in a new region. So region jungle. These guys aren't in their own region for some reason. Hold on. It's up where we startled the ocean fish. Okay. And region. Alright, so let's just grab like your normal fish. Mackerel. Let's chuck it in here. Alright, and this guy's actually going to be a... Why does this not work? Oh, right. Just ignore it for now. I might move all of these guys up into their proper regions. I'm not sure. We'll see. I'm going to probably change the way all the fish get sorted anyway, so I don't think it really matters. So it's just kind of for me adding fish into the game. Oops. Okay. So this will be the zebra pleco. So in terms of values and stuff here, so I want this guy to be not quite double the income, but pretty close. Like, and like another 6. So it should be like 18 or nearly 20. For this guy, I think I'll go a little higher since he's in the pot. Weight of 1, and his value should be a lot higher now. So that goes from 7 to 2. I probably want this value to be like at least 100,000 or something. Because if you're traveling, it costs a lot of money to get to the jungle, so it's probably worth it. Maybe like 80,000. Super plecos are like 300 RL. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really censor this around real life in terms of the prices, but yeah. This is zebra pleco. Okay, what's the description? So yeah, zebra. What is a zebra crossing? Oh. Yeah, see, I never call it zebra crossings because we just call it crosswalks here. That's interesting. I guess in the UK, they're called zebra crossings. By the way, I think the catfish is more rare than the devil's hole pupfish. Oh, really? Yeah, I can go look. It's inside the regions table and catfish. It's like cat_fish. Yeah, I think that might be just a teensy bit more rare, actually. I'll double the rarity of the catfish, just so it's a little easier then. I don't want it to be more rare than the pupfish, I think. Increased the chance, I'll say doubled. Catching the catfish. Literally translated, I say zebra crossing. Yeah. Let's see, items. Zebra. It's weird how people say zebra. It says zebra. Yeah, here we also don't say zebra crossing. Yeah. It's also similar to Razzle Dazzle camo. Yeah, it's pretty similar. We'll go. Got stuff to do. Sounds good. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, Oshik, do you want to see my epic crate stuff? By the way, let me open up my instance. I accidentally duplicated it one time. I think it's this one is the duplicate. I'll have to double check on that though. I don't want to lose everything. Got a meta region where it's not even real fish. Yeah, I was thinking, we were just talking about that a little bit ago. I think I do want to add in fish that are not real, fantasy stuff and wacky fish. But yeah, we'll only do that in like a new area of your aquarium or something, I think. Like a whole new zone you go to with a different currency. So, I think that'd be the play. Yeah, I just don't want to make all the earth fish feel worthless, you know? And it would be cool to bring bonuses back from that area that you can apply to the regular zone. So yeah, I think it'd be neat. That or the other way that you can get more wacky fish is via fish merging, because we talked about doing that too, like taking fish and combining them to make wacky mutated fish. So anyways, let me show you some stuff I've been working on. Oshik. Is anyone on this server? Probably not. No. Check it. I've been messing around in creative a lot because you can use schematics and just export your builds and then build it with schematic cannon. It's very nice. Yeah, I've been working on a couple things in here. And I flung myself off. Here, let me make the window not 2 inches. So yeah, I want to build this airship. I need to add more to this, but I'm gonna put some like big propellers on the sides, I think, here. I want to make this look cooler because right now it's just a balloon. I want to put a rudder on the back. Yeah, aeronautics has been crazy. It's been really fun messing around with, for sure. So yeah, that's going good. I've been working on a couple other little random things. This funny guy here. Oh, let's turn. Oh my god. Let's turn him off. I think he's had enough fun. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. A little harvester machine. I'll show you guys the server I've been playing on. Yeah, it's just a private server. I think somebody said something in the Minecraft channel, didn't they? MC General. That's crazy. Was it not an MC General? Oh, it was right here. Yesterday. I could reply to that. Thinking about it since aeronautics finally came out, it would be fun to do a server. Oops, server centered around that at some point. Okay. Anyways, let me show. So there's nothing crazy going on in here right now. I got this airship that looks super ugly, but it gets the job done just for flying around. I haven't been playing for like a super long time on here yet, so it's still just scraps. But I made a drawbridge over here. I need to get the mechanics working for it. I have these pulleys up here so we can rotate these and then it'll pull up the bridge. Should be pretty cool once it's done. A little harvester machine here, and it just drives around and harvests crops. But yeah, we've got some plans over here. We've been working on flattening this whole area. Also, we got ads in a minute, my apologies. There's like a little mining machine there that just digs out like things in front of it, like a little tunneling machine. But yeah, anyways, I don't want to make this whole stream about aeronautics, but it's a very fun mod. It's pretty awesome, guys. Probably one of my most favorite mods in a long time. So yeah, I'm excited to play more. It's called Create Aeronautics. You get to build airships and cars and stuff. So this is it. Oh, it is on CurseForge now. Okay. But yeah, it's very cool. You can see some things in the gallery, you know. I'm not sure if I can play Minecraft on Linux. I think you can. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah. But yeah, there's just like a couple little small, like, it's crazy. This dude built a UFO. It's very cool. You can build some pretty neat looking airships and stuff, right? And then boats are really epic. Planes you can build. There's like a whole, that's crazy. The warehouse out there looks awesome. Vehicles like this, it's wild. Of course, we have ads now. But yeah, it's very, very awesome. Oh my eye. Anyways. Description for the zebra pleco. Yeah, I don't call them zebra crossings, so that might be a little weird. Because I want something that's somewhat understandable by most English-speaking people. 3 ads in a row, I'm sorry. They're almost over. What would be... Oh, bruh. Zebra. Think to all the references. Marty from Madagascar is a zebra. Does he have any iconic one-liners? I don't know. It's always really hard to come up with these. Okay. What is cool about zebra plecos? They're endemic to Brazil. First described in 1991. That's pretty crazy. You'd think it'd be like discovered way earlier than that. Well, described. Yeah, 30 gallons. Okay, ads are over. Very sorry about that. L numbers. I didn't know those are things. Interesting. Yeah, it's a very expensive fish. It is nocturnal. Interesting. Hmm. Are they endangered? Yeah. The fish only caught at night, yeah. I do want to do stuff like that eventually. I think day-night cycle could be kind of cool. And then make it so only some fish can be caught at night. It'd be kind of neat. It would be a way that I could add in more fish to the regions without it like getting annoying to find the fish you want. So that's definitely something we could do in the future. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do for the description on this guy. That's a different kind of zebra pleco, isn't it? What is this one? This is the one that I always see around. The L260. The Queen Arabesque pleco. They've got a pretty gnarly pattern. Where did they live? Yeah, I don't know. Very interesting. But I want to do the one specifically from Brazil. God, what do we do for a description? Zebra. Now that everyone's like translating and stuff, there's pressure to make the descriptions good. Before I didn't care. I mean, let's make some observations and judge this guy. Black on white or white on black, yeah. It could work. His camouflage is pretty bad. I think he'd be pretty easy to spot. I presume they're not poisonous. Normally things that look that wacky are poisonous, but I don't think he is. Sure. Let's just do that. I can't think of anything else. That's fine. All right, anyways, moving on. Okay. What's next? What do we want to draw next? Let's go look what we got. So boom, that guy's done. Let's do a regular rod fish. Piranha should be pretty easy. And we'll just do like, you know, the classic piranha. This funny guy. So they're kind of like red on the bottom, gray at the top. The red-bellied piranha. Who would have guessed? They've got sharp, evil teeth. They've got this piranha inside of an insane aquarium. The carnivore. He's literally just a red-bellied piranha. Right? It's the same thing. Alright, so let's get drawn. So he's not that big, right? I mean, compared to the size of a person, he's pretty tiny. I mean, this guy's a lot bigger. So I'm sure I'll make him kind of like just average fish size. Let's go find a good like size comparison here. So carp is too big, I think, but he should be a little bit larger than a bluegill. Probably somewhere around like the size of like a koi fish. Like maybe a little taller than the koi fish, you know? I think would be the play here. So this is the koi fish. All right, so let's modify. I'm gonna push his head back a little bit. We're gonna make him more like rotund. I'm just gonna clean him up. Get rid of the top fin. And his head is pretty flat. Right, like that. Don't worry, he's not gonna look like this. We're gonna do some heavy editing. I'm just getting like a size kind of figured out for him, right? I think something around that size would be good. So he doesn't have a very big tail fin at all. It's pretty small. It's kind of just a little guy. Right? Let me go find that image again. It was pretty good. I think this one's a pretty good image, or even this one. This one's good. So yeah, their tail is almost like the same size as their, like the same height as their body. Right, something kind of like that, I imagine. And it doesn't stick out so far, so we want to bring it back by a pixel. Like that. Alright, let's keep tweaking. So on the top of his body, it's pretty sloped, kind of like that. Like pretty sloped. Something like that. And the bottom, so it does go down a lot initially, like that. And it kind of stays flat up until, or it gets up to the mouth. So I'm gonna have him like with his jaw open. Get rid of the eye for now. Exactly what I draw when I think of fish, yeah. He's got a pretty classic fish shape. And there'd be this like red fin at the back there. Let's see, it would stick out a little bit. I don't like how that looks. Let's do like that. Okay. His eye would be like basically right there. He has like his head segment, so it's sort of like in there. Oops. And then he's pretty much gray on the bottom, or I mean gray on the top and then red on the bottom, kind of like this. He probably has a bit of like his gill stuff there, sort of like that. Now it's gonna be hard to put the teeth in here. We'll just have to try something like that. Make him a little less tall. He is kind of tall though. Okay. Like that. He's got his chompers. Yeah, I kind of have like the double gill system thing. So I noticed they're pretty sparkly on the top and smooth on their face here. So like they've got the smooth face area, and then on the top of their body, they have like a lot of scales or whatever, sort of like that. Okay. And then let's take a closer look here. So we got the red fin on the back. I'd change that to be like this color probably. Just a little bit of anti-aliasing. And kind of around their face area, they're like more of a tan. Like around the jaws and lips. But let's change that color. I'll probably do this instead. I don't know if I have a good in-between color there. It's really hard to make his mouth in here, you know? Otherwise it just looks a little goofy. That might be okay. And they do have pretty prominent nostrils. Right? Just on the front there. Alright, anyways, onto the fins. So they have like a lighter bit on the back. Just looking at more references on the side. Okay. They've got like some green going on a little bit. Like you look at this image and like back here, it's always hard to tell if that's like just the light or if they actually do have green. It looks like they sort of do. Like maybe a tiny bit. I'll just like put a little splotch back there. Okay. Then we need their fins. So they've got one sort of down here. I'll just make it black like that. Then let's do their like their top fin over here. Something like that. Yeah, a little tricky to draw. I don't know how these teeth are going to turn out. Might do like that for the back fin there. I don't know. That's a hard one. It's hard to draw a mouth because the thing is his head is like is still rounded, right? He's got all these teeth. So it'd be easier if he was smaller or larger of a sprite, I mean. Might do this here. His back fin really isn't that wide. Actually, I'll wait on setting opacity there. Hey, won't be staring long. That's all good. I should add the Pyara if you haven't already. Let me look at that guy. Pyara fish. Whoa, he's got some big chompers on him. Yeah, that could be a cool guy to add. Where does he live? Dogtooth. Yeah, Amazon Basin. Dogtooth Tetra. That's pretty cool. I could definitely think about adding him in for sure. It's a pretty crazy guy. He's got big teeth. Yeah, I appreciate the suggestion. Let's see. It's really hard to get the vibe across that I want for this guy, right? He's almost got this like front little like segment for his mouth. You can't really easily see the teeth, honestly, from like most angles, right? And maybe that's kind of the problems. I'm trying too hard to add teeth. Yeah, I think we'll kind of just do like that instead. Okay, we got the sparklies. The red, it's kind of a little bit orangey too, the underbelly, honestly. It's not just like pure red. Now this back tail fin thing is pretty red. Yeah, all this is kind of more orangey than anything, really. This should kind of go up a little bit more like that. Maybe a couple sparkles. It's kind of a shiny guy. And their back fin over here, so it looks like it gets darker. Sort of like that. And there's like a white strip in the middle. Sort of like this. And then it goes into the darker colors. It's interesting. Okay, the only thing I'm seeing here that just doesn't look right is like here where this fin is. It makes it look like that's just is his body. But the fin is like a separate like little thing here, right? I think this is better. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to draw that one. But otherwise, I think this is pretty much right. It's not perfect, but it gets the job done. We can go through and start outlining everything now. Let's see. Something kind of like that. I would like to do some half transparency pixels around here, I think. Like around those two. Maybe one right there. Yeah, I guess the job done. Might do potentially in this guy a little white eyeball. Or maybe even like that. It's hard to say. Like maybe like that actually, yeah. Alright. Let's go paste it. Set up the framing. 15. Okay. This is called the Piranha. I am spelling that right? Piranha. Pretty sure. One thing I want to fix here super quick. Boom. There we go. Just didn't like that. Okay. Boom. He's officially added. Let's go put him in here. He's going to be a little less valuable. I think he's going to be of 2 weight, probably. Just looking at his size and stuff. That's hard to say. He's kind of small. I make his weight 1. I'll probably do some big rebalancing to the weights of everything in the future. All right, value-wise, he's not as valuable as the Pleco. I think he'll have like 18 passive income, and value will be like 50,000 instead. That would be pretty fair. I do need to make like a big spreadsheet. I saw that one person made the spreadsheet on Discord of all the values of all the fish and stuff. That would actually be kind of a really good thing to do, I think. Just for kind of balancing the values of everything. Where was that at? I don't think it was in general. Maybe it was. I looked in here though, I didn't see it. What chat was that in? Was it just in general? Oh, it might have been in the gaming chat. There it is. Yeah, I should do this, honestly. Just make a big spreadsheet of all of their weights and their passive income so that I can convert and like figure out what is the most optimal, or like not optimal, but just kind of balance everything better, right? Because some of these times you have like a heavier fish like the eel, but it's worth less on the weight, so that's kind of like not always worth it. And these do definitely trend up and stuff. Yeah, like you can see the tuna and the mola mola are actually very like bad fish to put in your tank, because you look at how much they make and their weight, right? They're just so heavy that they're as basically the same value as shrimp or snails, you know? So it's just very a very weak fish. And the pup fish is the best right now. That might actually change with this new batch of fish. We'll have to see. But it's fine. We'll work on that. So what's the description on this guy? Now, I believe the myth of piranhas eating people is actually fake. I don't think they can actually eat people. Yeah, piranha attacks are rare. Lost a finger or toe. Yeah. So I don't think it's like that dangerous. They're not gonna chew you up. Piranha. Watch your fingers. Sure. Alright, so that guy's done. We have to go add him into the regions table now. So let's do that. I'll just give him full, like, rarity. Just set it to 100. Okay. So... oh, change this to piranha. Piranha. And then did I set that in the... nope, I didn't set it. There we go. Okay, I want to just check out all these new fish that we just added. See how everything's looking. Ugh. Okay. Give a 1. So now I should show down in here the diving beetle. Oh yeah, they're just at the bottom. So we got the piranha, the pleco. Cool. And the diving beetle. Put these guys in the tank. Can't see anything in here. Pretty epic. The zebra pleco needs to be set to consume algae. Don't remember what I set him to. Set like 0.7 or something. Okay. Let's keep going. And then what was that guy that we were suggested in here by Woolbed? Yeah, Pyara. Okay, let's do another jungle zone guy. What do electric eels look like? They basically look the same as the eel we already added. Actually a little bit different. They don't have like the top fin. If you look at like a regular moray eel, right? Which is the Gaiad, or what is it called? It's not a moray eel, it's just like the American eel or something. This is basically the guy added in. Yeah. And they have like a top fin as well as a bottom one. So this guy does not have that. As far as I can tell. Yeah, he's got the wavy on the bottom, but not really on the top. So it's interesting. Probably also want to add a feature later to be able to sort fish in your inventory. Yeah, definitely. We'll be doing that for sure. I'm going to try and do that for this update, hopefully. Let me put it down in here. Ability to sort inventory. Yeah, because I would definitely like to do that. How do these guys generate electricity? Like, how does that even work? Their biology. Do they just use like is it static electricity? Electrocytes. Oh man. This is crazy. So they've got all these little organs on the outside that just generate electricity, huh? I like this guy's face. Yeah, it's so interesting. There's organ. So there's multiple organs that go into it, it looks like. Electrocytes. So it just uses like potassium in the body to generate electricity. Man, 600 volts. That's like a lot. It's very interesting. So only fish have it, huh? They have a lot of stuff. A lot of organs just for their electricity. That's kind of crazy. What? These guys also have an electric organ? The elephant nose guys. That's very cool. And these guys. Electric catfish. These guys have one on their head. So interesting. I never knew there was a bunch of fish that had these. So it's like a very specialized type of nerve cell. Makes sense. It's so interesting. Or like a skeletal. Or I guess it's really more of a muscle, isn't it? Yeah. That's so interesting. Man, imagine being able to just do that. It's wild that this is a real thing. That you can just like flex a muscle to zap and be like and activate electricity. That's so crazy. Evolution is crazy when you think about it. It really is, dude. That's insane. That fish can just like choose to create power. Like yeah. It's fascinating. All right, anyways, let's draw this guy. So I think I'll just kind of take the other eel because I think they're about like approximately the same size. Boom. And then we'll just modify him to have the single fin on the bottom. His head is like a little different. He's like got these weird pits and spikes. So we'll do that. He's like a little flatter than the other eel is for sure. Eel. So we'll take this guy. Bring him over to our thing. And time to modify. So this one has, you can see there's like a top fin, which we aren't going to use anymore because this guy doesn't have a top fin. So we're just going to delete it. And I definitely need to kind of reshape this guy's body a bit. Right, like it shouldn't be sticking out so wide anymore. And they do have the fin on the bottom, right? So we want to keep that. I mean, you wouldn't really see it from this perspective, so we don't really have to bother with it. Maybe you could see like a little bit down here probably, but not a whole lot or anything. Okay. I'm just gonna kind of reshape this guy a bit. So these guys have barely any fins at all. They just have these tiny little fins right there. But they're almost so small, they might as well be vestigial, you know? So, and they don't really have like a different colored belly like the other guys did. They have it a little bit like near their head area. But that's pretty much the only place, right? So they just have it here. And then it just kind of goes away. So sort of like that. It's too thick. Let's make him a little more slithery. Might get rid of that down there. Thin him out up here. That's like the biggest problem. And he has a very flat head, right? Even flatter, honestly. More like that. Makes sense. Let's replace all this stuff. Okay. Fill this in. Oops. Did I have a publisher for PokeRocket? I did not, no. That was self-published, so I think it definitely wasn't the reason that game didn't do well has really little to do with the publisher, I personally think. I think it was just a bad game. There's just a lot of problems with it. I didn't really think too much about like gameplay balance, and it was just like the problem too, I think, was I was trying to make a genre I just didn't have the knowledge about, like how to actually make puzzles and platforming fun, you know? It's hard. If you go into something like that and you're like, yeah, it's whatever, it's fine, but it is actually really hard. That's one of the reasons I don't know if I'm gonna do another platformer puzzle game like that, because it is a lot of work making a puzzle game. It's really hard. You have to be super creative coming up with those kinds of puzzles and stuff. Yeah, this guy from it was definitely experience. Oh yeah, for sure. I did learn a lot from it, so that's always really good. His eye's pretty far back. And he just has that all the way. But yeah, that's always the best thing to take away from time working on stuff like that. It's just the fact that it's a good learning experience, right? So I could have dwelled on it and be like, I can't do it. I can't do this game dev stuff. But that doesn't really get me anywhere, you know? It's best just to be like, all right, this was an epic fail. It's fine, you know? I spent some time like going through and thinking about like, where did I go wrong with a lot of this? And so it was a good like just chance to do better next time. I definitely did. Starground was so much more fun in my opinion. And I learned much better ways to just organize the whole project. I'm not saying Starground is necessarily a ultra well designed game code wise, but it's definitely better than Pogo Rocket at least. So this guy's got kind of an interesting little pattern. It's like it's got these like dots that go down the middle. All right, like sort of like that. And then he's got like a couple different lines and stuff around here in some of these spots. I think we can add one in there. It's got like a tiny bit of like a slightly green gray line that goes down everywhere. Might add that in a couple spots here. It's hard to say if that even looks good though. I don't know. Gets you further away from actually developing games? What do you mean? You mean failing at a game? I don't think that's true at all. I think failing is the most helpful thing that you can do. We're just talking about Pogo Rocket and stuff and how that all went down. Replace all this with that. Alright, we're almost there with this guy, I think. He does have the funny wavy stuff at the bottom, but like from this perspective, it's really hard to put that in. I can try though. We'll have to do something like this. And that would kind of work. Don't exactly like how that looks, but it'll be fine. They said something about how like saying you can't do and refusing to start game dev won't get you anywhere. Nah, I mean sort of, but yeah, specifically I meant like yeah, failing is kind of important. I think learning what not to do is probably honestly the most valuable piece of experience, you know? And being truthful with yourself is really important too. I always think like if a game doesn't go well, there's no need to like lie to yourself and give yourself excuses. You know what I mean? Like honestly, the best thing is to just be like, all right, regardless of any of the circumstances, the game did not do well. Time to figure out why, you know? I think that's like the best way to go about it. Okay, I might even like separate this guy here a little bit. Now that this fin is here, I can probably get rid of this other line since it's weird. Yeah, I did that on Pogo Rocket and definitely helped me make Starground. I will be doing that on Starground 2, you know, for the next game. I've already kind of done that for Lured In. I'm like, all right, I know what things I did for this that ended up being very problematic for Starground. And so I've changed a lot of that already for Lured In, just the way, especially when it comes down to like just the way I program things and stuff. Is kind of the big thing. So imagine this guy's shiny, but I don't know. He does have all those like little craters on his head, you know what I'm talking about? Like the divots and stuff. So I'll kind of add those in. Yeah, I think this guy's pretty much done. Then I just need to go through with some opacity. I think that's pretty much it. There we go. Electric eel. Dunzo. Pogo Rocket 2 release. How'd you know? It's releasing next week. No, never. I don't want to make another platformer again. Honestly, I'm just not a huge like player of platformer games, and I think that's part of the problem why that game is such a fail. Because I just don't know much about what makes platformers fun. So, and I just have no interest in actually working on Pogo Rocket ever again. It doesn't sound fun at all. And that's the most important thing, the number one determining factor, right, for me in deciding what game to make is it going to be fun or not? Because if it's not going to be fun, I'm not going to do it. That's just the fact. So, Shadow Drop. Nah. Yeah, I've got a lot of ideas queued up that I do think would be really fun someday. So eventually, you know, maybe a little more valuable. Let's give him like a decent boost, like up to 24. Then his description. He's electric. Obviously, we have to do it around something like that. Maybe we could do a song lyric. Like, we're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, you know? Yeah, pretty epic. Hey, Mohammed, welcome in. How's it going? Get back to the regions table. Let's add an electric eel. I don't know if these guys are particularly rare or anything. Just put like 50. Mark them off. Okay. We're getting there. Still many, many more fish to draw. Eddie Grant, yeah. Electric Avenue, that's a pretty fire song. Yeah, I really like fast-paced FPS games like Ultra Kill. When I eventually make a game, I want to do something in that genre. Yeah. I always think it's a good thing to just make the game that you really enjoy the most. And to be fair, there is a big difference between games I enjoy playing and games I enjoy making. So that's another thing that you just need to kind of figure out, you know? Like, it's not that I don't like platformer games, but it's definitely a genre I've identified that I know I don't like making, right? Because it's just like, this is just not the genre I enjoy. Like, there are platformers I've had a lot of fun with. Broforce was always kind of fun, trying to speedrun that game and stuff. But yeah, just making them to me is not fun. It's so much work to design the levels and stuff. And some people really enjoy that aspect of it, like creating levels and puzzles. But to me, it's too much work and it's too hard, and it doesn't feel rewarding. So, but yeah, and that's why I think everyone should just make tiny games to start, because you really need to fail to know what you want to make and how to make it, right? So many tasks. There's only a couple. I've got a lot of these. I've got all these, and then all these, and these, and these. And there's a lot. It's quite a bit. Game jams. Yeah, game jams are always a really good way to do that, for sure. Yeah, I recommend people start out with game jams, honestly. Yeah, I can load up the game here really quick. You can check out the new eel. Make sure he seems fine. Show my age? Nah, it's all good. It's just an epic song. I don't want to end up as Carlson. Yeah. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I think a big part of why that whole thing went down is, I think, Danny just didn't want to deal with, like, I think there was a big expectation set up for that game. Just because it had so many wish lists and stuff from all his devlogs, that now he like had this obligation to make it really good, you know? Yeah, that's another thing that's always really hard to deal with, is like people's expectations for what you're making. So that's always tricky. Electric eel. All right. Yeah, this is the game of Hobbit, so it's you travel to different areas and fish, then you can bring them back to your aquarium and make money, putting them on display. What do you like making open areas, like spaces you can explore instead of being linear? I would probably say so. I'm definitely more of a fan of like programming, like procedural generation and stuff like that, and like, or just little like zones like this is kind of fun to build, like little decorative, like tiny regions. I don't really enjoy doing big, expansive linear levels. Yeah, I think it's just kind of I don't know, not my cup of tea. Like the game, do you have a Steam page I can wishlist? Yes, we do, yeah. Let me run the command for you here real quick. I'm talking. There you go. All right, come on, let's get an electric eel. I got Prana. That any crab pot fish to the jungle? Yeah, so we have two now. I moved the bristlenose pleco over into the jungle. And then also we have the zebra pleco too. And there's a couple more fish that we have written down that we're going to draw and add today. So, yeah, I'd like to have at least, like, I think 4. We're going to do like 4 pot fish and then like 6, maybe 7 of the regular fish. So yeah, let me go research pots so we can test it out. So it should cost $1 million, I think, to drop a pot here. Yeah. So it is very expensive to put a pot down here. But that's kind of by design, right? I mean, you're going to get really valuable fish here. You can start to see now we're approaching like sort of the territory where it's kind of unrealistic to get to a zone like this without ascending, right? And I need to do a full like playthrough of the game with this new zone added, maybe also another zone too. I've been thinking about the next zone I want to do. We have some options for that. We could do like it's going to be a saltwater area, so I might do the coral reef, or we go for like Antarctica or something like that. Could be cool. I don't know. But Antarctica is a definitely more exotic, difficult to travel to place. So I think that makes kind of more sense as like a more end game region. I think probably coral reef will be next for saltwater. So not too sure if it's the entire platformer genre you don't like making. I'm pretty sure it is. I just it's just not, I don't know. I don't have any ideas for platformers or anything, you know. It's not like I know what I even want to make, and I just have no interest in platformers at all, really. It's not really just the linear level design, you know. Like you can do like open world platforming, but then that's more of a Metroidvania then, less so a platformer. So yeah, I just don't want to make platformers. And it's fine. I think it's good to identify things like that you realize you don't like doing. I think it's really important. Because if I only am doing the stuff that I enjoy creating, then I'm going to do a better job at it, and I'm going to be able to endure it for longer, you know? Coral reef first? Yeah, I think that's going to be the play. Yeah, Antarctica probably will be later on. It's definitely more of a wacky, exotic area, so yeah. I do like how this jungle scene turned out. I think it's kind of nice. Yeah, the coral reef will be fun too. I get to draw a bunch of corals and put them under the water and stuff. Do I have very specific places like the Mariana Trench? Yeah, I want to do, I don't know if I'll literally call it the Mariana Trench. I might, but I'll probably just call it like deep sea, you know, something like that. I want to do an area where you can catch like really deep creatures, stuff like anglerfish and all that sort of stuff, right? I think it'd be cool. Yeah, I want to do that. I've been kind of conflicted, I guess, trying to think of like, do I want that to be... Is the river ambience active here? It's too quiet here. I gotta make some new ambience for here, I think. Yeah, the abyss. That's what I want to do. Now, for a region like that, I guess one thing I've been conflicted about is, you know, is it going to be fishing from the surface, or are you going to be like down in the abyss fishing, right? It would be really cool if you were in like a submarine down there, but then it's kind of like, the problem with that is, what's nice about fishing on the surface is you don't need to see what's in the water, right? Like you can fish in here and it's fine because like you don't see the fish, and so when you cast out the bobber, it's okay and it makes sense because you can imagine what's under there. But if we do like an abyss region and you're down in the abyss, the problem then sort of becomes like, you know, well, how you have to like see the fish in there before you catch it, you know what I mean? Otherwise it's gonna look really weird. It's just you cast out into the water and nothing happens, and then all of a sudden there's a fish biting, but you can't see the fish, right? It's just a little odd. So that's something I kind of have to figure out, I think. Yeah, we got an electric eel. Let's freaking go. So we got all the new fish in here. And then they should all instantly be in the Fishpedia. Yeah. They're down in here now. Pretty cool. We need to draw a new icon for the jungle. That's the diving beetle. Piranha. So we had 35 fish in the game. It's less than I would have guessed. Yeah, I have to think about that. I'll probably just do it where, like, you just cast from the surface. If you're in the abyss, you're probably a bigger fish to fry. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think we'll just do it from the surface. Like, it's cool to be down in the abyss, and it would be a definitely a very neat, like, visual. Being in, like, a little submarine, it's just pitch black down there with, like, a flashlight. That's epic, but... yeah, I don't know how that would, like, work. Unless what I did is I had, like... you were inside of a building down in the abyss, you know? And you're casting into, like, the surface of the abyss water. You know what I mean? Like, something like that theoretically could make sense. So yeah, you'd be in, like, a little, like... we go back to that one image here. Somewhere near. So, like, there'd be, like, a building around the player like this or whatever. And it's, like, this little, like, building. And then there's a pool of water that you can cast into in front of you. And that would kind of work okay. So it's an option. I'm not sure. Because it would be so cool to actually be down there. Fishing from the surface is going to be a little boring because it's going to be kind of like the ocean. It's fine to have one or two places like that where it's just kind of nothing on the surface. Like, it makes sense for the ocean. But I think doing that for the abyss and all the ocean areas would be a little boring, in my opinion. So yeah, it's always hard to say. I don't know. Yeah, I think my trap is ready. Boom. I just get 2 plecos? Yeah. So yeah, plecos are worth a lot more now, since they're in the jungle zone now, so... I think I increased their price, did I? I don't think I did yet. Let's go fix him. Yeah, basically like a moon pool is what I'm thinking, yeah. So I want him to be almost the same price as the zebra pleco, maybe a little less valuable. Let's just pop that there for a second, so... maybe let's go 70,000 instead. Passive income will be like 19. Wait, 1. That should be good. And I'll say right here, jungle now. Okay. But yeah, a moon pool. Yeah, marine drilling platforms, diving, support vessels. But it would sort of look like this, right? Where you would be like in this underwater area and there'd be like a little pool for you to cast into. Diving bells are cool. Oh yeah, these, yeah. Yeah, you'd be like a tank decoration or something. I could see that. Yeah, I need to add more. Get out of here, Joyd is resolution. Yeah, I want to add in more like artificial decorations in the sense of like maybe like a air pump and stuff. It'd be cool. These are really cool. The like bird suits for diving. It's very neat. Yeah, they're like deep sea diving suits. Pretty cool. This guy. Or this guy, the gym suit. I wonder how deep you can go with these things. $2,300 feet. Yeah. Yeah, so you don't need to decompress because it like creates its own internal atmosphere, so all you have to do is just keep it at atmospheric pressure. It's pretty nice. It's crazy that's only 2,300 feet though. When you think about how deep the Mariana Trench is, you know? Like, that's 36,000 feet. So you can't even go anywhere close to that deep with it, you know? It's insane how deep the ocean is. We don't ever really think about it. But 36,000 feet? That's insane. That is so deep. It's deeper than how high planes in the air fly. It is wild. Gotta make a figure using the old school helmet. We do have the diver decoration in the game. This guy here. So, he's got like the old... What do they call those helmets? You know what I'm saying, though. I don't remember what they're called. Let's see. Drodeg on YouTube. Welcome in. Random YouTube recommendations poll. Let's go. We're just working on my fishing game, Lured In. It's crazy that it just goes dark after that point. Man. Just marveling at how insane the Mariana Trench is, because it's wild. 38,000 feet deep. That's just insane. Yeah. Man. It is kind of scary. It's just pure pitch blackness down there. Pressures of Venus, you know? Or even a lot more than that, I think. The pressure down there is insane. It's crazy to think that, like, if you were placed down there, you would just instantly get crushed and pulverized from the water. That's crazy. Yeah, they do have some images and stuff from down there. It's crazy how, like, it's just a crazy place, dude. I don't know. Yeah, 1,000 times more pressure than the regular air. That's a lot. That's a lot of pressure. And it's also insane to think that there are guys that live down there, you know? And like some wacky, weird guys too. Might also not be the deepest. That's another thing that's crazy too. Like, this is just the deepest spot that we know of. The ocean is so enormous. There's probably a lot of areas that are unmapped. So that's insane. And also it could be something where there's like a cave or something and it like tunnels down and goes deeper. Like something that we normally wouldn't really be able to easily see, you know? So... yeah, it's insane. Yeah, James, who went down there all the way. So it took 4 hours to go down, huh? Oh, only 2 hours. That would be really scary. To go down in a little submarine like this. I don't know, man. But I definitely want to add in a deep sea region for sure, though. Anyways, that's my whole point, because it's epic and there's so much stuff down there. And like the formations and stuff are just insane. Like, I don't know if that's in the Mariana Trench necessarily, but and the kinds of fish that you find down there and stuff, it's really cool. Dredge has the same thing, and basically what they do is like abyssal zone dredge. Like, there's just like areas where you can, you know, you're driving along and then it shows like a little pop-up or whatever to get fish down there. Like, they don't literally do, like, it's not like you go down there or anything, right? But you can catch fish from down there. And it's pretty neat. So I might just do something like that. I'm not really sure yet. I'm gonna have to keep thinking about it. Do my tasks. I know. We will. I'm not expecting to get all of these done today. These are just kind of my long-term tasks, you know? Tasks for the next update. It doesn't mean it's going to be done instantly. So that's where I parked my car. Yeah. I wanted to fix one thing here that I don't like, which is that. There we go. It's better, I guess. Might possibly do that. Oops. All right. Better, I guess. Okay, so what do we want to work on next? Let's do another potfish. We could do the stingray. We could do the land crab, the funny turtle. Any of those could work. Let's see, oasis, like a desert oasis, for like a fishing region. Let's do the Matamata. Why not? Yeah, I'd like to do that for sure. There's not a whole lot of fish in the desert. Kind of makes sense because, you know, it's the frickin' desert. Most of the desert fish that qualify as desert fish are just fish in more arid regions, but they're still like normal water streams and rivers and stuff, right? There's a couple. Like, actually, funny enough, the pupfish is one of those types of desert fish, right? So there are desert fish, like this guy too. I don't know what he's called, but it's a very see, all these are just normal fish. It's not anything interesting. So I don't really have a whole lot of options in terms of what fish you can actually catch in the desert. But yeah, the pupfish is a desert fish. I think there's like, yeah, what was that one guy? I don't ever remember what he's called. Yeah, the desert dace. This guy. And something about fish in the desert is that they're all very tiny. So there's little tiny minuscule guys. Was adding volcano fishing spot. Yeah, we're talking about that, right? With like the having more fantasy regions and stuff. It would be cool, but I'll probably make it so it's like in a different part or like a different aquarium or something to catch stuff like that. Because otherwise I think it'll kind of just make all the other fish feel kind of not valuable anymore, right? Like if I catch like an epic ocean fish like a mola mola, I'm like, whoa. But then what, next thing I go and I'm fishing at a volcano, it just, to me, it kind of instantly makes everything else feel very like worthless or not interesting anymore, you know what I mean? So that's kind of the thing there. Just closing some of these tabs. I don't need that open. That could go away. So can that, and the shrub, and the grass, and the river. Oh, can't. Okay. Tired. Manta. Mata. Not manta. So here's this guy. I thought there was another name for these guys. They were like the leaf turtle or something. Leaf turtle. What are they called? It's a video of a guy that has one of these. That's alright. We'll just call him the Mata. This guy has freaking moss growing on him, dude. So there he is. He's a very wacky guy. Let's figure out how to... That's a place. Here we go. All right. I need to find some good images. That one's like fine. Yeah, they have such weird heads. It's like so big compared to their body. And they have these weird little spiny things on the sides. I don't know what those are. And they have like a tube for their nose, you know? It's very interesting. Mata turtle. I need to find a good side view of these guys. Like, this is pretty good. Okay. And they're not particularly huge or anything. A lot of them are actually pretty tiny. But some of them do get pretty big, like this guy. So, we'll do kind of a decent size. Not too big, though. I mean, like, this guy's really big. About like half the size of the layer or something would be fine. All right. Yeah, like maybe just a little bit like wider than the piranha is, like that big or something. I think would be fine. After your task, you looking sus streamer. No, the whole point of streaming is to not do the stuff I have to do. Alright, so he's got his funny tube nose, right? And he's got a long neck. Let's do that. Oops. Yeah, because I mean, this is like, his head is tilted over this way, but you look at like them normally and they have a huge, big neck. It's very interesting. Got a little eyeball. Shells are kind of spiky. Something like that. There's going to be sort of like a line here for like the middle of the shell or whatever. They got their little legs, like any good turtle or tortoise has. And they have a tail. Just a little small tail. This is basically how they look. Okay. Let's get rid of the red. And I might put the spines on their neck and stuff, you know. Alright, let's keep looking around at images just to figure out like the shell. These guys have super spiky shells. So basically it's just a bunch of peaks on top of the shell. Be like one up there. It's a very specific pattern. They have like a ridge on the middle of their shell, sorta. Sort of like that. And they have like these other, right, bumps over here. Sort of like that. It's a little tricky, but... Alright, and then just keep looking around. Color-wise, they aren't super insane or anything, just kind of a muddy brown. Like green, brown, you know. No wacky blues or anything. Looks like their shell is brown, and then you can't tell if it's just muddy or if it's actually brown, you know? I think. And their head is like green. Yeah. Here, just so I can make this like work with the shell, I'm gonna do this. And boom. And I can have another spike in the middle. I think that'll work. Yeah, it's tricky. And we've got those, and like in between those, there's more spikes like that, right? I think that'll work. Okay. Let's just fill this in and then do darker color underneath. Okay. Oops. Green head. But it's not a very saturated green. It's still got a lot of brown in them. Like near the middle of his body. Also, look at his head. It's kind of red right in there. Like under his, like, in his cheek area. I mean, I'm assuming that it's like that, but it's really hard to tell. I think every turtle is like a little different, you know? It does look like they have some red, though, around their head. At least this guy does. What's like another image here? They're all from the top down. I want to see the side of his head. This guy has a tiny little bit of red there too, so I think we'll do that. Even in the shell, there's like a little bit of red going on. Okay. That's not real. That's a statue. Alright. There's a lot of brown and stuff in there. These little spines are interesting. Let's see. He does sort of have like a top of his head, you know what I mean? Like at least for the neck area. Wonder how I feel about making the neck thicker. I might do that, yeah. Sort of like that. And this guy will swim around, I think. I don't think it really makes sense for him to crawl. He probably does crawl in real life, but I kind of need to pick, you know, one. And I think it makes more sense if he would be swimming. Okay. That is a very spiky shell. Let's see. First time in the chat. Welcome in. Searching Des to get some ideas. How's your game like? Yeah, I can show it off here in just a second. Let me just add this guy in really quick. This is a turtle. We're working on a fishing game. It's called Lured In. So I'll show it off here in just a second. I want to give this like some shininess. Okay, and then go through and color these. I had to sleep. Sounds good, Woolbed. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. That works there. Just fill this in. There we go. Set some of these to be brown up here. It's good enough. Art style is pretty good. Thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, I'll show off everything here in just a second. We're gonna add this guy in, and then I'll go travel to the new zone we've been working on and talk about the game and stuff. So this is the Mata Mata. I don't know if I'm gonna do it as two separate words or not. It looks like most of the time it's two separate words capitalized, so Mata Mata. There we go. All right, so we got that guy done. Let's go back into the game. So we're gonna go copy the new guy we added in recently. The zebra pleco. Now this is gonna be the Mata Mata. We have to go through and add all these keys to the translations. So he's gonna be twice the weight. Probably a little more valuable. His passive income will be up quite a bit then. I don't know if he really eats algae. I don't think he does. And then he's not going to be a crawly guy. He's going to swim. The human legs, I think, are off. Like, with the guy? Or do you mean, like, these? This I'm just using over here, the human, as just a scale reference. Right. And that's like a walking frame. I don't actually... It's just temporary, yeah. They don't actually look like that in game. It's actually an old animation anyways. I don't even use it anymore, so... Okay, let's do... Give all 1. So now we should have that guy in here. Or I have to restart the game, don't I? Yeah. Okay, then let's go into the fishing region. Nope, regions table. Let's grab this guy. Just set it to the same for now. And add in the mata mata. I don't know what description to do for this guy. What would be a good description for him? He looks cool, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm just gonna write this description and then I will show off the game. So what's cool about these guys? They're a freshwater South American turtle. You're a pretty funny guy. It's that one Instagram reel of the guy that has one. I need to go grab the quote from that later. I'll do the description for him later. I'm just gonna say, replace. All right, anyways, let's show off the game. So Lurden is like an aquarium management game. You travel to different regions to catch fish, bring them back to your aquarium, put them in tanks to make passive income. It's an incremental game. You can spend all your money on upgrades and stuff in the shop. You can buy researchers and offline earnings and all this stuff. You can also decorate your shop area, put down different objects in here and stuff. Yeah, let's head over to the jungle. This is the new region that I just added in. I like how it's coming along. You can see the waterfall up there. So I should be able to catch the mata mata here now. Let's give it a try. Yeah, we just drew up this area. Last stream? Yeah, I think it was. Just gonna wait. Let's go ahead and buy some equipment upgrades. It's taking a little bit too long. Or equipment. All right. Nope, wrong place. Went to the ocean by accident. Okay. Description is basically a turtle. I'll think of some stuff. There's like this one funny Instagram reel of a guy that has one of them. And I want to kind of quote it, I think. Yeah, you'll be able to get him from the pot, so we don't have enough money. But I can just give myself some money for a minute. And then boom. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and wait, but we should be able to get it from there. But yeah, so we're making progress. I only have 2 more pot fish to do, a bunch of these guys in here. I don't know if I'm going to do every single fish today. But yeah. It's coming along. Yeah, I do really need to work on more shorts. That's like one of the big things. I think I'll just wait a second here. I want to see if, just make sure everything is fine and normal. Catch 'em. I do want to work on some new minigames too. It's always a good idea just to throw a bunch of those guys in. Why is the eel 4 weight? That's not... Oh, I have 2 of them. Okay, I was like, what? Hey, Steven, welcome in. How's it going? Jungle looks great. Thank you very much. Yeah, I like how it turned out, I think. All the plants and stuff we got around, and the waterfall is epic, so... But yeah. What's the turtle species name? It's called the mata mata. This guy. It's spelled like this. Mata mata. Mata mata? One of those. But yeah, they live in Amazon rainforest areas around there. They're a freshwater turtle. I'm sure they eat. They're carnivores, I'm sure. But yeah. Vladislav, welcome in. How's it going? New to the stream, welcome in. Yeah, we're just working on Lured In today. There's my idle fishing game. You can go travel around to different regions, catch fish, and then bring them back to your aquarium to make money from your customers. So it's going good. Yeah, we're just working on adding in a bunch of new fish right now. Stuff from the jungle region. So we've got, oh yeah, let me actually do this and then do Gibble 1. I just wanted to check the Mata and add them in. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of new guys now. Where is he? Is he not in the list of fish? It's possible. I might have to restart the game. Let's try it out. Mata. Should be there. Oh, I might not have set his sprite properly. Yeah, that's what happened. That's why I didn't see him in there. Let's retry that. Things looks good. Can you share how you were doing the fishing string? Yeah. So what I'm doing for that is I'm using a line 2D node. This is all in Godot. It's pretty straightforward. With the code, I'm setting, there's these two properties with a line 2D node that you can set to make it a Bezier curve. So if we look up Godot line 2D, right? And you can set the positions of those like vectors, whatever they're called. I don't know if it's set point position. Am I actually using a... Oh, I am using a line 2D. We can go look inside of the scene and just double check how I'm doing it. So right in here, I should have the fishing line somewhere. Where is that? That's the arc for throwing that thing. Thought it was underneath the player scene, but apparently not. I can go in here and check. I don't think anything is line 2D. Oh, it's on the fishing rod, so it's in... Oh, right. Yeah, it is in here. So this is the fishing line I'm using. It's just a line 2D. I'm setting it to fill with a little texture here on tile mode. And then for the position of this and stuff, I'm pretty sure I'm grabbing, like... It's not inside of here, but in here. Let's go look at the fishing line. So I'm setting the points here, and then what you can do here is I'm... Excuse me. So I'm creating this... hold on. Let me stop that noise in the background. So I'm creating a curve 2D object and then sampling it to get like how much the line should be curved by. And then I just push that point back, so I do like 20 points for the line. Yeah, it's a little funny. You got to set up some code to do it properly, but it does look pretty good. And I can control like the tension of the line, so you can see like as I get a bite, you can see the line kind of straighten out. So it's pretty nice. Yeah. I'm new to Godot and was planning to make a mini cowboy game. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Let's see, Portugal, service spam. It's all good. I'm gonna look for description stuff later, so you don't have to throw stuff in chat, but I appreciate it though. Gesundheit, thank you. Think you'll play with the concept? Yeah, I think it could be pretty neat. I do like the cowboy setting, honestly. It's kind of fun. I did, actually, funny enough, the first game I made in Godot was actually a cowboy game. I didn't ever finish the game or release it publicly anywhere, so it's kind of just hidden to everybody. But it would be fun to finish that game one day, maybe. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff you could do with like a cowboy setting, because it's really, yeah, it's like a theme, a setting instead of a genre, right? So. Also just planning to do one for fun? Yeah. I always think that's really important, for sure. I think having fun is the number one most important part of making a game or working on any project, right? Because if you're enjoying it, you're just going to get so much more done than you would otherwise. That's why, like, I've been really only working on game ideas and stuff that I actually really enjoy developing. I've always liked playing incremental games, but also developing them I've really enjoyed too, because it's kind of easy to make an incremental game. All it really is just sort of You have some kind of base currency. You have some simple gameplay loop that you repeat over and over, get more money to get more upgrades, you know, it's pretty nice. So I'm gonna go help another dev. Your game's pretty good. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. But yeah, incremental games are fun. I definitely would not mind doing more incremental games in the future. I think it's just cool. And to be fair, I guess Learn In is a little bit more than an incremental game. There's a lot of incremental games that are just ultra simple. Learn In's got a little bit more substance than that, I suppose. There's player customization and tank decorations and all that kind of stuff and mini games. But at its core, it's still an incremental game. MMO idle game soon? I don't even know how that would like work. I've always thought about doing like a multiplayer idle game or like an incremental game, but like, dude, bro, go away. But like how? How do I make multiplayer work with an idle game, you know? I don't think I even want to be honest. I much prefer working on single player games, I'm gonna be real. I do think multiplayer is really cool, you know, I'm not gonna lie. You can do some really awesome stuff with multiplayer that you just can't do with single player, so it is really cool. But I don't know. It's kind of complicated. Yeah, I get really tired of working on multiplayer because it's riddled with bugs. And I think it depends. The biggest thing always is just what kind of game are you making, you know? Like something like Starground was extremely difficult just because it's such a big game and has so many different mechanics attached to it. I really don't think it would be that bad to do multiplayer if it was just a little more of a straightforward concept, you know? So yeah, I don't know. Let's make a multiplayer idle shooter and then remove the shooting. Yeah. Oh man. It would be really fun to make an FPS someday. I don't know if it would be like a commercial launch or anything, but just to play with my friends and stuff would actually be kind of fun. Might have to do that one day. I don't know. I'm looking at some of these guys. Is their population over time? What is this? Okay, yeah. Farmed. I like how this implies that this is to scale, and this is how big they actually are. Because it's not real. They are really big fish. Some of them are huge, like this guy. But, they're not like that, though. They kind of have a very interesting pattern. Some of these guys do, like, they're red on the back. Okay, this guy's very red. And green on the front. This guy's more of a rusty color. It's pretty interesting. Catching a fish that big has got to be insane. I don't know how you would do it. It's a big, heavy guy. These are huge. Imagine a fish larger than a human. I mean, obviously those kinds of fish exist. It's just hard to, like, conceptualize in my head. That'd be crazy. Anyways, I don't know if I'm gonna do ultra mega large fish like this, but we could do a more normal guy. I definitely will make him very big because they are just big fish. But I don't know if I'm gonna do it like literally this, like double the size of a person. That is such a big fish. Oh my god. It's insane. Anyways, I like how this one looks. There's actually a really good reference to go off of. So they're like red in the back, sort of yellowy, and then green near their head. They're like a gradient. No whales. I do want to do whales too. There aren't whales in the game yet, because I think one of the things I need to figure out is how I'm going to do like the tanks, if I'm going to do like large tanks that you can put the large fish into, because it feels really wrong having a whale inside of a tank that's meant for like little tiny aquarium fish, you know what I mean? So I gotta figure out what to do about that. Why can't I move? Hello? What is going on? Ah. Oh god. Why can't I scroll in and out? Did I do something? I don't know what happened. I can't scroll at all. Is my keyboard broken? Okay, I think I'm gonna reopen Krita. I think it broke. Let's close all these. Get rid of that. Close that for now, and then I'll save this as a Krita file. Maybe a shy friendly big fish swimming far from the fishing range. Maybe I would like to do a little let's call this fishing canvas, like things and animated creatures and stuff in the background. I think it'd be kind of fun. I thought about for the jungle zone doing like a gorilla or something in the background. Well, actually, there aren't gorillas though in the Amazon rainforest. That's not a thing, right? Pretty sure that's only in like Africa. But what kind of creatures are there? There's definitely monkeys. Monkeys. There's a whole bunch of different kinds of monkeys here. All of these guys. Oh yeah, these guys, they're classic. What is that, a capuchin monkey or whatever? Howler monkeys? This guy's funny, he's got a round head. That'd be crazy seeing a monkey in real life. I've seen monkeys in zoos, but just like out in the wild, you know what I mean? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different monkeys. I love monkeys, they're pretty epic. It's a little scary sometimes because they're like, I guess monkeys aren't as scary, but like some of the large apes, they're really cool, but also it's like, man, these guys are like big and could kill me, you know? But yeah. And they're smart, you know? They can go crazy mode. There has been a lot of like attacks with people. I mean, to be fair, most of the time any problems that happen is because people keep them as pets, and they're not pets. They're wild animals. They're not a domesticated species, you know? So it's kind of unfair to the chimps and monkeys. Our cousins, yeah, exactly. All right, I think we'll go like this size or something for this fish. I always had the fish, like usually I err on the side of it being larger than the player, you know what I mean? I just think it's better that way. I could make it like perfectly accurate to real life, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm literally just gonna paste this in just to get a idea of like the proportions of everything, you know? Let me get rid of the white stuff. And then we'll redraw over and fix all the things. But yeah, something like that I think would be a pretty good size. He is indeed a big guy. I think that'd be fine. How big does it compare to like tuna fish and stuff? Because I don't want it to be too much bigger than those kinds of fish, right? Because we got the tuna and then also the... Did I add in a swordfish yet? No, but I did add in the sunfish. I need to add in a swordfish into the ocean. Right, like I probably don't want him to be larger than the tuna is. I feel like that would look a little weird. What happened? I can't zoom again. This is getting really annoying. And I can't hit enter or do anything. What is going on? I can't hit any of my keybinds. What happened to my Krita? Everything was working fine. This is really annoying though. Am I in some like mode where I'm like locked? I like accidentally locked the zoom or something, you know? I really don't know. See, I can't hit anything. What is going on? Stop! What happened? Whenever I open up a new file, that's when everything goes wrong. This is really frustrating. Was there some kind of update? Let's check. I don't know if this has like update checking. How do I actually check for updates on this? I don't even know. I don't know if it auto updates or not. Probably not. Let's go get the newest version of Krita. Yeah, what version am I on? How do I check what version I'm on? This art is new. So I'm probably on an old version. About Krita. I'm on version 5.2.2. So yeah, let's see what's new. There's 5.3 now. And Krita 6. Whoa. Okay, that's the newest, that one. Is Krita 6 a, oh, it is on Steam. I wonder if that would be better. I don't know. What is Krita 6? Is that like in beta right now? Probably. Let's go look at all these change logs. I want to know what's new. Yeah, Krita 6.0. The roadmap. Working with files. Color management, performance. Oh, this theme one costs money? Oh, okay. Yeah, so 5.3 is out. What's new? New art? Does it say what the new stuff is? In 6.0. Is there a change log? There it is, release notes. Oh, so it goes over 6.02, epic. Krita 6. Okay. Let's go look. Text tool has been fully overhauled. Good. The old text tool is a little frustrating. So what do they do now? Oh, can you map it to a shape? That's interesting. Oh, that's much better having it in like a panel instead of a big pop-up menu. Not a lot, but it's more way to support the devs and get auto updates. Yeah, it's probably worth it. I do like Krita. Glyph palette. Typesetting mode. Ooh. Yeah, this is very cool though. Tools. Comic panel editing tool. Oh, let's freaking go. They finally did it. There's a pixel mode now so that you can do it without having jaggies and doubles. Look at that, dude. It's epic. It's actually really cool. I didn't think they were going to add that. That'll be nice. Yeah, Sprite's had that for a little while. Yeah, just smoothing based on stroke speed. Yeah, pixel art smoothing mode. And this is what it does. Oh, that's actually really nice. I'm excited for that. Full tool, close gaps functionality. Interesting. Krita free? Yeah, it is completely free. Assistance. Oh, so that's, I can use that now. Dude, I gotta download this then. Filters and layers. Ooh, they added expansion stuff. Oh my god, that's actually awesome for doing pixel art outlines. Oh my goodness. Propagate colors filter. I gotta do that. I don't know if I can apply a filter though and have it turn into real like pixels. So that might be the only potential problem. But dude, I gotta check that out. Dockers, all that stuff. Brushes. Soft texturing mode, auto invert for eraser. Marker blend mode. Some new file format stuff. Hope there's no inappropriate art on here. I doubt they would have that, but yeah, very cool though. And that's all, I think it is 5.3, right? Or I guess Creta 6 is 5.3. Yeah, so it's technically the same thing. It's a little weird, but let's go get it. I want to use it. It's about time. All right, let's save this fishing canvas thing again. I can't zoom in or out. And let's get it. Yeah, I might honestly get the Steam one just for auto updating and stuff because it is kind of nice. How much is it? I need to play Hogwarts Legacy. Krita. Oh, it's not that. It's on sale right now. It's pretty epic. And people are so good at art. It makes me remember that I'm not good at art at all. It's unfortunate. But to be fair, a lot of those art pieces probably take a long time. All right. Do all that stuff. I don't think it'll reset any of my settings, hopefully. I'm pretty sure those are stored in a different location. So epic. All this artwork. How much longer is it on sale? May 4th? Oh yeah. I'll have to buy it. Yeah, because then you can do Steam Cloud on your files, which is actually really cool. So you can just back up all of your projects. That's pretty cool. And then also it does automatic updates and stuff. So yeah, I definitely would like a Steam build of it. That would be pretty cool. I will probably do that soon. Good. I mean, I'm able to do pixel art stuff, but like this kind of stuff is insane. It's hard to, I don't know how like people even do that stuff, dude. It's crazy. Like landscapes and stuff like this, the lighting and the values on this is insane. It's got to take so much practice to get this good. Like especially like people that draw human beings. I suck at drawing people. This looks like a photo. The value control on this is really good. This is insane. I don't know. It's pretty epic. And then people like animate this stuff too. That's got to be so hard and so time consuming. It's insane. Art is pretty subjective. That is very true. So, but yeah. Dude, I'd love to be able to draw stuff like this though. That's just awesome. That'd be insane. Are they cheating using AI? I don't think any of this is, I mean, these are used in the official art and screenshots for Krita, so I would be very surprised if they were using AI for these. I don't think they are. I mean, like, I don't think this looks too good. Yeah, it's pretty epic. David Rivoy. But I guess the thing is too, another part of it is it's I'm sure a lot of people doing insane art like that have degrees and actually went to school for art, you know. I guess I do have to remember that literally all my art knowledge is just winging it. So I guess it's fine. It would be really cool someday to like study art, just to improve. And like, I think some of the things I would love to learn about are like the more to do with like just more with like lighting stuff. Lighting is so important. And like figure drawing too. I suck at drawing people, so I just need to understand like anatomy and stuff like that better, and I would probably be able to do it easier. But I have more than 5 years in pixel art. Yeah, those people have probably decades doing art. To be fair, a lot of those people only do art for years. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is I mean, I can program also, so kind of taking the path of more of a jack of all trades than ultra specialized, which is fine. Yesterday I saw a fishing game like yours called Idle Fisher. Yeah, I think I've been seeing that. There's Idle Fisher's one. I think that has a demo right now. And then one that everybody keeps talking about or like telling me about is a Fishing Inc., I think. This one. It does seem interesting. The person that made this game is in the Discord server I'm in, actually, so. It's got kind of a similar vibe. It's got like the fish log and all that stuff and upgrades, but it doesn't have any like aquarium mechanics, right? I think you literally just go to the different places and fish, and there's like just a tab at the top for the different upgrade menus, so it's definitely a little bit different. It's not, this is more of like a pure incremental game. It's got like days and stuff. Luridin is more of a, definitely more of like a business management game than it is just a pure fishing game, if that makes sense. So yeah, I do want to play through some of these games and try them out. Idle Fisher and this one too, just to gather up some ideas and stuff. I think is always a good idea. You know, see if there's anything that they're doing that I particularly like, right? But eventually. I like the vibe of this game, yeah. Only thing I don't like in here is their use of mixels. They have like big chunky pixels on the water, and then the grass is tiny pixels, and nothing is consistent. So that'd be one of my gripes about it, but just art-wise. Yeah, I'll have to play it and try it out. And this has like the different like levels of each fish. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. A lot of games do that where like each fish has like a chance to be a rare variant, but it's kind of boring. I'd rather just do, if I do like a fish that is a rare version, I would just make a whole new species of fish that is actually rare. If that makes sense. So I tried Idle Fisher demo. It's yeah, I think I've heard a couple people were saying that the progression is a little slow, but yeah, fish made out of dirt. But it does seem cool. I think I saw like a video or something that the dev made on this, like they were working on drawing in the region, but it's kind of cool. Definitely like to try it out eventually. And Cast and Chill's another one that Bobby gifted that to me, so I gotta play that now. The dev of Idle Fisher shared a video on his YouTube how he did the shadow mechanic. Oh, with like the shadows coming off from the people and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of ways you could probably do that. You could do like, you just duplicate the sprite and skew it and like flatten it, and that's a valid way of doing the dynamic shadows that way. With all the shadows in Luridin, I'm not doing like skewed shadows like that. I'm just doing like a drop shadow directly underneath because it's easier. I think with the cheese time. But it's definitely a way to go about it though. I think it works if you have like an open world environment like that, where it's kind of like very, there's like a day-night cycle and everything. It's like this big open area. For Lured In, I don't think it makes as much sense. But yeah, it's cool though for sure. I just do like these little drop shadows under the people and stuff, and like a couple shadows here and there. But yeah, usually just drop shadows. Some of these I have a little bit more. I do want to go through and add in more shadows because it can really help make everything look a lot more cohesive. So, all right, so Krita is updated. We're now in Krita 5.3. It already looks a little bit different, just the UI. So yeah, we're 5.31, pretty epic. Sponsors. Whoa. Intel. Translators. Wonder if they use Weblate. Oh, this is a KDE localization. Okay. Anyways. A lot of libraries. Let's try it out. See how it feels. I can zoom again, thank God. So there should be like a new pixel art mode now for drawing. So it's not on this brush right now, but if I go to my brush and modify it, let's see if I can figure out where that is. This is cool. I like that they have this panel over here finally. That's nice. So I don't know where, like what tab it would be under. It's brush tip. Blending mode, opacity, flow, size, ratio, softness, sharpness, scatter, rate, painting mode, pattern, strength. Yeah, I don't really know. There might be a new preset brush for it now, actually. Let's just go look at like digital, and there may be a pixel art brush. There's pixel art dithering, but it doesn't do it. I might have to go look at how to actually enable that. That one doesn't really do it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure how to enable it. If anyone knows how, let me know. But yeah, I'm not really seeing it in here. Mask type, shape, pixel engine. I can do a square. I mean, that's good, but spacing. Well, let's just look it up. I'm sure there's documentation on how to do it. Pixel art setting. I don't know if there's a... Let's go to documentation. 5.3 manual. Let's search for pixel art. Should be in here somewhere. Pixel brush engine. This goes over workflows. There's probably one in here for pixel art. Maybe not though. Let's go, where would I do that? Brush settings, here we go. I don't know if it'll do anything in here. Show it in here. Locked brush settings. Masked brush. Maybe it's opacity and flow. Options. No, that's like dots again. It's not in there. Sensors. Texture. Where is it? There's got to be a way to do it. Okay, right here. Pixel art smoothing. Oh, it had a link right here to do it. Smoothing. Pixel. There it is. So how do I do that? So we want to go into the... Is there a smoothing tab or something? Below. Ratio, spacing, softness, sharpness. I don't see a smoothing area. Let's see. So what is this? Tool options. Oh, it's over on here. That's what it is. Pixel. There we go. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So now let's test it out. Whoa. So now I can freehand single line pixels, which is really nice. Hopefully it like... That's the only thing there is it won't do like corner pixels if I draw, so I'll have to go back through and do those. But that's not a big deal. It is very nice though, just to be able to draw a shape and just freehand it, you know? I can just like go over this and just be like... And look at that, our outline, you know? So that's pretty nice, for sure. What is this tool? Oh, that's the comic panel editing tool now. Very interesting. And then I think the text is way better now to use, because if you do an area, oh, thank goodness. You can just edit the text directly now. Before it was really annoying because it was like it opened up this pop-up panel. And I think you still can do that maybe if you like double click on it. Oh yeah, they just removed that. Actually, that's so much better though, really. Because now what you can do is just edit all the text settings over here, right? Which is so much better. And you can just like select this, I imagine, and change the font. Open text properties. Where is that? Oh, down here. Oh yeah. And change the size, the family, that's so much better. Thank God. Very cool. I am quite happy that they added that. It was always really annoying before to change stuff around. Okay, anyways, sorry for the enormous delay. Let's keep drawing now. Go find my reference again. There it is. Alright, I think I'll make this guy just a little bit smaller. I don't really want him to be larger than the tuna, because, you know, the tuna's pretty big. But something like that would probably be fine right there. You know, it's a big guy, but he's not like ridiculously big. Yeah, I think right there. Okay, so let's just start going through now and drawing him. So he's got this tail in the back. It is a little annoying doing pixel for this stuff though, for sure. I might turn off the smoothing just when I'm going through and just filling it out, you know? Then only turn that on when I'm trying to do like an outline or something. So that's like the rear tail. Let's see, I want this to have this guy here. And do kind of the same thing over here. Just like so. And let's define like where the body is versus the fins, right? So this is all body over here. Just gonna kind of block it all out, right? Oops. Let's do that. What is going on here? Is it open somewhere? Oh, yeah. And he's got kind of like an open jaw right here. Sort of like that. All right. And here he goes up. Down into the bottom fin. Sort of like that. All right, so now we're just gonna fill this in with colors and stuff. So let's do, this should be sort of like that for now. Kind of peaks like over here. So that's where it kind of like connects there. Something kind of like that. And same with the one underneath, right? Like that. So that's those two. And then you got the fins over here. And there's like some smaller guys over here. All right. Now it's just a matter of going through and shaping everything. This here is going to be a little bit longer. Something kind of like that probably, or actually it would be inverse like that. Yeah. Let's go over to the head. Let me zoom in on this. The gills kind of begin like right around beginning of the fin right here. So there's one there, and then there's like a smaller one kind of there. And the bottom of his neck and stuff, or his chin, I guess. They don't really have a chin, but you know what I mean. Bottom of his jaw, it's all white. Then this turns into like a more cream color there. And really the front of his whole head should be a brighter green. Okay. And he's got some lips up here. Can I remove? There we go. And a tiny little eye. His eye is actually pretty close to the front of his head. Actually, I think a 2x2 makes more sense for his eye. Something like that, and then brown, yeah. Okay. Trying to look around at like the shape of the body and stuff. Looks like there's kind of like a bump there. Almost sort of like that. That's kind of like the same thing up here. There's like a bump, but then that one just kind of smoothly tapers off like that. All right. Now this is a good reference, but it's pretty dark. I want to find another one. Just because it gets like almost like black at the back. I don't know if it's actually like that for real. It does get pretty dark, but not like black. This is another good reference here. Okay. So it's sort of like mainly black with a bunch of red speckles, especially like underneath the scales. And then the back especially gets very red. So I kind of want to do this instead. Like basically make all of this black. And I'll have some lines here just to kind of keep the distinction between the fins a little more clear. because now I'm gonna fill all this in with like gray right here. Then it kind of turns into like an orangey brown color throughout here. And we'll go through and do scales to kind of like, you know, connect these two sections together so it doesn't look weird. It's pretty green for a pretty big section of this, actually. I think I'll keep all this green. How do I do scales? They're kind of like... almost like that. Right? I've never really done big scales like this, so I'm just kind of experimenting. Figuring it out. It's got to be like a good pattern you can use for this. Yeah, I'll do a better pattern. It looks a little ugly there, but... Anyway, so this is going to be like basically full red. And I'm just going to keep kind of drawing all the little scale segments and stuff. And these little segments like continue on even into this area. And then around here, keep going for a little bit. But it sort of starts to fade out. Right, sort of like that. And this has like a bunch of stripes and stuff in it. Okay. Definitely want this section to kind of fade in better. That's actually, yeah, a lot better with the brown. This fin is green, and this one's like a bright green. Okay. We're getting there. Oops. Wrong layer. Hey, Adrian Lucas on YouTube. Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? I might even bring this color up. It is a really dark color if you look at a real image like this guy. Yeah, it'll be fine. It just depends so much on the lighting, you know? That's really like the most important thing in like actually knowing what color these fish are, right? Like this is a pretty good... So like it's not super dark back there. It's definitely got like the red and the green kind of fades in and stuff. Well, so the jungle fish you're adding? Yeah, we've got I can show that off here in just a second. Just kind of getting everything filled out here. Yeah, we've already added a couple different ones in. So this is what we got going on. Prana, we're adding this guy right now. Electric eels, the bristlenose, zebra pleco. There's a turtle, the mata mata. He's pretty funny looking. We just added him in too. So yeah, just a whole bunch of new fish right now. I think it'll be nice. Might change this to this green instead, yeah. Let's do that. And yeah, I'm just trying to think how I want to do these scales. So I can definitely do it like this pattern. It does work. Something like that. And then he'd be darker under here, the underbelly. It's not the right color. Maybe like that instead. Get the scales going in here. Yeah. And then, let's see, just looking at his head again. Kind of stays pretty green all throughout in here. And around there, it'll only be for like anti-aliasing. Okay. It's getting there. This doesn't need to be so dark. Remove that. This should have a darker strip. All right, I think this is honestly at a pretty good spot right now. There's only really a couple things I want to do in here. I think that's it. So we can go ahead and outline this now. So apparently there is a way now in the new version of Krita to do an outline way better. So you can go into layer styles. Then I believe it is one of these. Inner glow, bevel. Not any of those. I don't know where it is. It might actually just be an effect, like filter, just. Colors, edge detection, emboss. It's not in there. It's in tools. Yeah, I don't think filters would do that. I'll look into that later. There's like a thing in here where it was like expand textures or whatever. I don't know where it is. But yeah. And Kandiro, yeah, it's also called a vampire fish, yeah. It's pretty epic. Yeah, I'm gonna add in those guys. I think it'll just be a neat fish to add. Yeah, we got this guy. All the new plecos and everything. I moved the old pleco over into the new jungle area now, so I think it just makes more sense to have him there, honestly. Just got to go through an outline now. Okay. Yeah, this would be a cool guy to catch in the water. Just looking around, I think there needs to be like that there. Trying to figure out what's going on in here. Okay, that was like that, so that should go there. That should go there. There we go. These don't really need to be that dark down there. Might give a couple of these scales a little bit of shine. Maybe. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe just like a few. That works. All right, so now I need to go through and redo the outlines. I think all of those outlines can change. Now, getting into this area, I want to be a little more strategic. Some of these spots, especially around like the really red fins, I want to do a brighter outline. But then you get into these areas, and those will be a little darker. Something like that. And then over here, we'll do a bit of a brighter outline. Do like this dark green over here. So this is like the inside of the mouth there. I might do like possibly like that. Let's lessen this little line here. What am I doing here? So this is... Okay, I see what's going on. I want to do like that. Okay, yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with this sprite. It's like it has a long nose. I know what you mean. Yeah, it's hard to get that balanced right. I think that's okay. Actually, yeah, his bottom lip is like actually kind of larger than the top one. Just looking at our reference. I might do that. No, but then he has like a weird snub nose. I think I'll just keep it there. Okay. Anyways, time to bring this guy over. So yeah, this guy will definitely be a lot heavier. Resize the canvas. So we want to go to 61, 21 for the height. Yeah, I definitely am able to kind of throw in a lot more detail when I have a larger area like this. What is this little panel? I haven't seen this before. That's just like a little quick panel to do some things. Invert selection. Interesting. Didn't see that before. That must be a new thing. Okay. What's this guy called again? Arapaima. Let's go into... I don't know why I'm saving it to desktop. Fish. PNG. Arapaima. Just making sure I'm spelling it right. One last thing here too that I think is a little odd is like this. I think basically just that one pixel there kind of fixes it actually. Yeah. That guy there. There we go. Okay, so that guy's done. It's another off the list. We can go into the items table. And he's a pretty big guy, so he's probably going to have like a weight of at least 3. So let's just copy one of these fish. Li fish. Arapaima. Yeah, weight of 3. Value wise, it'll probably be quite a bit more, like 100k or something. Arapaima. And then since he has a weight of 3, I want to make sure that his passive income is like worth it, right? So let's do just a little less. These guys have 20. 28. For him, he's kind of a special guy, so 20, 40. I'm not going to do 60 because that's insane, but we'll go up to 40, I think. Now, what is his description going to be? I don't know. Bony tongue. I guess he has a bone in his tongue. They're one of the largest freshwater fish, yeah, reaching 9 feet in length, which is crazy. Is the largest bony fish? Yeah. This one's the heaviest bony fish. It's a big guy. Yeah, the oarfish is huge. That's the longest. Is it beluga sturgeon? He's a kind of a funny guy. An eel. So apparently the arapaima is in here. I'm not seeing it. Oh, here it is. Bony-tongued fish. So the largest one was 400 pounds, 13 feet. That's crazy. Man, 510 pounds. It's crazy. So marlin is a perch. That's very weird. Oh yeah, the Goliath grouper. I gotta add those guys in. The Wells catfish. Okay. Stone triggerfish. The Colaconth. Yeah, that guy's a big guy. Up to 23 feet. Seriously? Huh. Yeah, I guess these guys can get pretty big. What's the huge one that's extinct now? Extinct biggest fish. Oh yeah, this guy? It's a big fish. Yeah, I don't think it's larger than blue whales. I'm pretty sure blue whales are actually still larger than that, which is crazy. It is pretty insane that the largest creature to probably ever exist on Earth is alive now, you know? That's pretty cool. You think it'd be some kind of prehistoric, you know, monstrous ocean fish, but no. It's just alive right now. Yeah. It's very cool. It's too bad they're endangered. Yeah, they live for 90 years. God, 200 tons. 80 feet. That's so big. Such a big guy. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's insane. Okay, anyways. I don't know what to do for a description for this guy. The descriptions are so hard to come up with. He's a big guy in the Amazon rainforest. An Amazonian behemoth. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So let's go into the regions table now. I'm gonna make him a little less common than the others. Just because he's a huge buddy. I don't want him showing up all the time. Arapaima. Alrighty. So yeah, let's go add it into a tank. I want to see what it looks like. Should kind of wiggle around. Gable 1. Also, I should see the turtle in here now. Yeah. So So he's in there now. Epic. Scrub this algae off. What are you doing? All right. And then now we've got the Arab. Boom. He's a big guy. Yeah, I think he's definitely the largest freshwater fish in the game now. Yeah, all these guys, those are all ocean fish. Largemouth bass is pretty big. I actually kind of need to fix the largemouth bass because he's like, I accidentally made him too big. I think, does he have the same weight as the Arapaima? Yeah, he does. But I don't think they're quite equivalent. I mean, the Arapaima still is larger than him, but... I mean, the largemouth bass is pretty big. I mean, they just vary a lot, right? Like, you got some that are really huge. Like, this guy's a pretty big guy. He's not nearly as big as the Arapaima, though. Yeah, I'll probably edit his size a little bit just so he isn't so gargantuan. I mean, yeah, they can get pretty big. So, I think I just made him a little bit too long. I'll just kind of squish him horizontally a little bit. Let's go do that now. Bass description video. I can't play any riffs on this one. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll probably add in more types of bass in the future, so I could definitely use that. Let's like squanch that by a pixel. I think that's already just kind of a more accurate shape for him, right? If we look at a largemouth bass again. Yeah, I think that's just a little bit better, a little more squanched, right? And they have pretty big, like, bellies. Bulbous bellies. I might make a little change here to that. Something like that. Yeah, I just think this is more accurate. Let's push that forward by 1. Okay. Well, he is pretty tapered in the front. I might actually undo that one. That'd be fine. I think his front fin is actually like a little bit too big. So let's shrink that a little bit. Okay. It's definitely better. He was just a little bit too big before. Okay. Got the fins back there, which are fine. Yes, let's resize him up now. So we should see this update live in game. Let's do that, resave him, and then that's how he is now. If I go in and edit, and it should update. Then I get to go into the editor and then back in. There we go. Yeah, just a little bit of a better size. A little squished horizontally. Not nearly as long as the Arapaima now. Yeah. Pretty cool. I might add, or maybe make the Arapaima just a little bit heavier. It's hard to say. Oh yeah, let me get some more tank capacity. Hold on. Need more money. Have you ever considered adding different sizes of the same species? I can randomize it. I mean, I could do like, I don't know if I'm going to be doing like because here's the problem with doing like multiple different sizes and stuff, right? It's like, if we did it that way, your inventory would be enormous, just all the quantities of fish that you have in here, because you'd have like the fish and then like 5 different variations depending on their size and stuff like that. You know, it gets pretty insane. So I think I want to kind of approach this stuff just doing any new kind of fish or size or anything is like a different species, right? So I could randomize their size a little bit inside of the tank, you know, just for some variation, but yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, I think these guys are looking good. Yeah, I might give the Arapaima 4 weight instead of 3. Does that put it at the same as the tuna? It would. I guess I'll leave it at 3 weight. I mean, it's close enough to the size of the other guys. I think it's okay. How big is the pike in comparison now? I think that makes sense. The pike is way thinner than the largemouth, which is accurate. But pikes are long. I mean, they're pretty big fish, so some pikes can be huge. So yeah, I think this works. Okay, I'm happier with the size of the bass now. It was always one of those things that kind of irked me a little bit. I'm like, that doesn't feel right. It feels a little bit too big, you know? So let's go write it down now. I'm gonna say the sprite of the largemouth bass to be a bit smaller. Could be like some games do, you know, like young, common, trophy for some, and have a drop-down menu in the inventory. I could, but there's a lot of other considerations too that I'd have to adjust, because the way that all the fish in the game are stored right now is it's all just based off of their IDs, right? So there's no like difference between this bluefin and a different bluefin tuna. Like it's classified as just the same item. The problem is if I did it where I could store other information, I would have to change the entire game. Basically, I'd have to change it away from being stored as a string for pointing to the ID of the fish, and it would have to now, I'd have to like separate the inventory up to kind of contain multiple entries of a fish. It's really complicated. And another problem that also kind of arises with that too is like, what if I change the game and I modify the size of a fish, right? It means that you're going to have fish inside of your inventory potentially that no longer are possible to acquire in the game, which is a whole nother can of worms that kind of gets opened up. It's just complicated. So yeah, I think I'm just going to kind of go the model of, I might have like a thing inside of the inventory for the largest one that you've caught before. Like, and that would be kind of a good alternative, but I don't know if I'm actually going to make the larger catches in here worth more. You know, it's just, it's a lot of work. It's complicated. And I don't know, like, really the big question of something like that is like, is doing that actually going to be worth the trouble? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's really hard to say. Would adding in fish, multiple different kinds of fish weight actually make a meaningful difference for people? Gameplay wise, is it more fun? Does it make the progression better? Those are kind of questions I'm not really 100% sure about, right? It's really hard to say. Because it definitely technically is a pain. And it's really hard to say if gameplay wise if it's actually worth the trouble. So yeah, it's always really hard to decide on stuff like that. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Yeah, pike gets up to 55 pounds, and where Arapaima is, yeah, 400. Yeah, the weight is arbitrary, so if I did that, I'd probably have to increase the weight of these guys. Well, pike is at 2 weight, isn't it? Or did I set pike to 3? Okay, pike is also 3. Yeah, I could probably up Arapaima up to 4. Then, I mean, it is a big fish. And I guess it actually can get pretty comparable in weight compared to bluefin tuna, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah, and then I'll up the passive income just a little bit more on it too then. Let's see, Adrian changes Twitch because YouTube doesn't have the small screen thing. Yeah. Welcome in. Okay, so yeah, now this guy has a weight of 4. Get out of the way, fish. They're all grouped up in one little... There we go. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And I could make him like actually visually larger. Maybe I might make him a little bit larger than he is right now. It's really hard to say. It's really hard to scale all the sizes of the fish and stuff like properly, because one thing too is I don't want fish that are like 2 pixels, because that kind of ruins the fun. Like some of these fish normally are so small you wouldn't even really be able to see them, like the diving beetle. But I need enough space there pixel wise to make them look like something, you know. Also, Adrian, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So the small fish are usually skewed to be much larger than they actually are in real life. And likewise, I don't want the fish so enormous that they don't fit in the tank. So I kind of skew this ultra mega large fish a little bit smaller than they might be in real life. I think it's okay. I know it's not perfectly accurate, but I need to make some compromises to make everything work gameplay wise, you know? So it's always really tricky. Yeah, it's hard. I didn't get any zebra plecos? Did I forget to put it in the regions table? Oh, I did. I was wondering, like, how is this possible? Oh, and this guy should be quite a bit more rare. Change this to zebra pleco. Okay. Yeah, I might increase the size of the Arapaima just a little bit. It's really annoying to increase the size of sprites though, because you have to go through and redraw it basically. But yeah, I don't know. I could do it though. I might just like grab him down the middle like this and just pull him down to make him a little thicker, and do like that by 2 pixels or something maybe, and then do the same thing and just stretch him horizontally and just fill in the gap. That'd be the best way to do it. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, doing that whole like individual fish weights, it's, I know. It's tricky. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I could see doing it. It's possible. I could change the whole inventory system to work that way. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of considerations I have to think about. You know, in terms of like breaking future updates, that's a whole problem that needs to be figured out. It's hard. Yeah, I guess I can make it like a drop-down menu, but it is a lot of work for the UI to make it that'll make sense. It's kind of tricky. Then like the values here and stuff wouldn't line up. Thank you for the follow, Breezy Gamer. Yeah, because here's another thing is, like if these fish sell for different values, like it would mean the value that it shows here is inaccurate. Like it wouldn't actually be showing the value of the standard size of fish, or like it would show 4 and then it would say sell 1 and that would not be $4 anymore, right? So stuff like that gets really complicated. I don't know. Yeah, it's freaking complicated. That's kind of the reason I have it set up like it is now. Because it's going to be a nightmare to change that, you know? Yeah, I don't really know. I'll give it a good think over. See if there's any way that I can like make that work, but I just think it's one of those things where like, yeah, unless it really improves the game significantly, I just don't think it's worth the trouble. I could maybe do a poll like asking people what they think about that, just out of curiosity, but yeah. Anyways, let me I want to take a screenshot to show people some of the new fish in here. I'm gonna delete this, replace this with a normal light blue just so it's easy to see the fish in here, and then put all the new fish in here. That guy. Cool. I want to get a screenshot where it doesn't look stupid in there. Come on. One more. It's actually not bad right there. Oh, there we go. It does say escape to exit on it though. Oh, they're moving to a better position. Now's my chance. Ugh. There we go. Freaking epic. Okay, I think that's everybody, right? The piranha, eel, arapaima, the pleco, zebra, mata, the diving beetle. Cool. All right, anyways, we've been going for 4 hours, so I'm probably gonna end stream here. Yeah, we got a decent chunk off this list. We're getting there. I didn't expect to get any, like, all of this done in one day. It's a lot of fish to draw and research and know about. I want to, like, whenever I add a new fish like this, I want to, like, research it a bit and understand their habitat and make sure that where I'm adding it to makes sense. Also, just weight-wise and value-wise and everything, you know, there's a lot of factors that go into it. So sometimes it takes a little bit longer to draw these guys, but it's fine. I want to go kind of more quality over quantity with a lot of these. Anyways, yeah, next stream we'll get all the rest of these done, or I might do it before next stream, we'll see. Anyways, yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you everybody for coming in, I appreciate it. I'm gonna go find somebody to raid really quick. Let's raid. How about we raid Adagon? Yeah, we'll start that. All right. Well, thank you everybody for coming in. We'll be live again on Friday at 3:30 MDT. Feel free to join the Discord. You can play Lured In now on Steam. The playtest is public. We got yeah, wishlisted if you want, buy Starground if you want. Anyways. Yeah, let me go ahead and start this raid up. They might be in the middle of ads right now, I'm not sure. I think we raid in while ads are going. Oh, hey. Good function, thank you so much for the raid. We're literally just about to raid out. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, what's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? Here, let me cancel this raid for 1 second. Yeah, we've been just working on Lured In today, just drawing a bunch of fish and stuff. What were you up to? I can show you some of the fish we drew. We added the arapaima, electric eel, piranha, diving beetle, zebra pleco, just a bunch of different guys. So these are all catchable in the game now. Oh, and also this turtle, the mata, he's behind the arapaima. I can't see him. Move. There he is. He's chilling right there. I need to tweak all their animation values and stuff. So, like, this guy's wiggling around way too much, so. Got the GPU to generate my textures? Let's go. Yeah, GPU is so much faster for stuff like that. A style that looks the same as mesh-based textures. Nice. It's really cool. Just doing, like, some kind of... I imagine it's like a noise... Like, Yeah, what are you using for that? Or are you just doing like a combination of a bunch of like mathematical formulas and noise textures and stuff and just modulating them? Or like, or generating your textures in like a different sense? I'm thinking of like procedural texture generation. But yeah, we've been just doing a bunch of drawing. Let's come along. We still got a couple more things that we need to draw, but shouldn't be too bad. Basically the ground mesh, okay, it was made with noise, then the angle and... Oh, yeah, angle and highlights would change what texture was used for it to blend over the face. Okay, I get what you're doing now, yeah. That's pretty neat. Yeah, it's kind of fun to do graphics card stuff sometimes. It is tricky because, you know, everything is ran parallel, so sometimes there's challenges with that kind of stuff, but it is worth it though. All the shaders and graphics space stuff that I've done for all my games and stuff runs so fast. It can be a huge performance improvement sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, I got the GPU to do the same sort of thing, but at the res of the mesh. Yeah, okay. Very nice. Yeah, it's cool stuff. Anyways, yeah, we're just about to raid out, so I do apologize. But let's go get started on that now. Let's go raid out. Got far better performance than I ever thought it would. Yeah, it's insane the jump from CPU to graphics card. Like, I've done that before on stuff, and it's like, whoa, I just got like a 200 FPS boost, you know? It's like, that could be pretty insane, so. Yeah. I always try and do that on things that I add a lot of into the scene, like a little wind sway shader and stuff. Always way better to do on the GPU instead of calculate all that stuff on the CPU, so. Yeah, graphics card stuff is fun. I'd love to get into, what are they called again? It's the type of compute shaders where you use the graphics card to like compute things like you kind of would with the CPU. I really want to mess with those. They're intimidating though. They're complicated. I don't know. I'll have to figure out how to do that. But anyways, thanks so much for the raid. Sorry that we're raiding out right now, but yeah. Anyways, thank you everybody for coming in. I appreciate it. See all of you gamers on Friday. Yeah. Bye everybody. Bye bye. Do all my own code. Somewhat custom, so my goals. PS1 detail 24 FPS, but it's more like PS3 now. Yeah. Neat. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to hop in and check it out sometime for sure. All right. We'll see everybody. Sorry to cut off soon. Bye bye.